Good morning, everyone. How you guys doing today? Morning, Alethea. Hey, everybody. How's it going? Good morning. Hello. So, as you guys know, if you were in the Discord this weekend, oh, my temp's fine. I'm way better. I still have like a little bit of a cough, like a throat tickle, but otherwise, I'm feeling great. So, I wanted to talk to you all about this. Over the weekend, there was a lot of action on the Discord. And we're still working on some things on the back end, and I plan to have some information hopefully about that out this week. But in the meantime, I think I've discovered the possible trigger for MOASS, and I feel like it's time to share that with you guys. Now, the merch isn't live, but this was a test hat they sent me. Is being her name. I just want to thank you all for praising VWAP with me over these months. Um, and I'm glad she's finally getting the recognition she deserves. Good morning, Sandra. Shut up and take my money. The only problem is these are fitted, so I'm not sure. I'm not sure if I should do the snapback or the fitted, but I'm definitely gonna like order some and give some away for you guys. Because I know not all of you want to drop ridiculous money on a hat. What about a beret? The hat's pretty dope. I'm not gonna lie. Thoughts on this super gay 0 DTE 424 spy put this morning? Sounds risky, synesthesiac, but you know, I don't know what to say about it. Thanks, man. Bankroll your merch store. Let's do this. Dude, what I want is I want to go downtown to the financial district and I just want to see traders wearing this hat like all over Wall Street. Because I wore it out over the weekend and it received a lot of attention. Using the Schiller peony. You can also just call it like the PE10 ratio, if that makes you feel better. Oh, the normies don't get it at all. But I did have one guy high five me. And he's like, I like your average price, bro. And he just walked off. And that guy will forever haunt me. Do I go out near the financial districts? No. I'm not into prostitutes or cocaine. So it seems like a bad place to hang out. All right, let's look at the stock. Nothing. Flat. Flat and boring pre-market. Volume's not the worst. Oh, for those of you guys that signed up for WeBull this morning, thank you so much. I got 8 more shares of Cemex. Soon I'll own the whole company. What's their float? Like how many subscribers do I need to own their float? Oh, 1.5 billion. Easy. Taking an NFT dividend from the VWAP hat. So the ETFs should be done. Oh man. But the mutual funds, things like that, that's probably what we saw a lot of buying of on Friday. They may not be done yet. Ryan, thank you so much for becoming a billionaire, dude. I appreciate the membership, man. I think you know the drill for getting into the Dillionaires Discord, but if not, hit me up. I'll get you in there. Cement magnet shill. God, I'm trying to get ahead of that infrastructure plan, man. No, the goal for tips, we came in at like 1/10 of the required amount. But I think I feel like this is one better than frosted tips. Correct me if I'm wrong. Maybe this would just only be accentuated by frosted tips. $5K subs equals CX float of 1.5 billion. Pretty close. I get 4 for every sub, right? So I actually only need a few million subs, like a couple 100 million. She used the Chuck E. Cheese gift card to pay. Thank you, Amy. Frosted tips on the beard? Not happening. My friend bleached his beard and he had fucking burn holes in his face for like 2 weeks. Like just chemical burns like all through here. And I have sensitive skin, so I'm not gonna mess with that. Thanks, Digital Good Time. I am. I still have a bit of a cough. Sorry about that for those of you listening in. I know it's gonna be a bit annoying, but I'm working on it. Thank you, Carlos. You know what I was expecting, not fooled, is I was expecting more arbitrage. I was expecting a significant amount of arbitrage when the European markets opened, and there was like a blip. Like a small blip. But it's okay. I don't know if you guys all saw it, but we got added to the Russell 1000 Growth Index, which is pretty huge, as that means GME is now a good place to park your money. And that's FTSE saying that. So all the analysts for the last 3 months can go fuck themselves. They don't know shit, as expected. But that's what happens when you get a history degree from Harvard and go work on Wall Street. Sensitive skin is just a talking point. I think we'll see some. We'll see more volatility today as um, funds and long-term investors move into the stock. Mr. MOASS. Awesome, Elon. Would be less volatility since there are more ETFs now. I don't know. I don't even know how they're going to short the stock anymore. But we'll figure it out. Why does my girlfriend have the same cold? I don't know what to tell you, man. Oh yeah, there definitely there absolutely will be retirement funds and pension plans and the, you know, the funds that control that money generally. Although there are private investing funds that control their own like pensions and stuff. For the most part, those are controlled by larger actors. But yeah, they will be buying in order to weight the Russell 1000. The Russell 1000 has pretty good growth year over year. It's a good index, so being a part of that is huge. If you look at the news, lots of positive leading statements about GME. GME's been picking up like a lot of social media momentum over the weekend, which I I always pay attention to, but I kind of ignore. But a little more this weekend than normal. So bullish, looks good. As you guys know, if you checked out our weekly DD, oh, that reminds me, I have to update the daily DD on here. 1 second. And the weekly. Oh no. What have I done? Ugh. Alright. Daily. The weekly's definitely not right either. Alright. Oh, what happened? Weird. Thanks, Mr. Harlequin. Do you think GME shares is a romantic present? No, but it's a practical one. When's the paper anniversary, right? Stocks are just paper. Just be like, here's some paper, girl. I don't know. I don't know how you guys talk to each other, but I presume that's how it would go down. It's like, what did you get, man? Just like some extra Skrilla. Moon today. Maybe. We'll see, Dan Matthews. What do your clients think? Two of the new indices. It'll definitely be harder to short. Yeah, I think so. At least it'll be harder to short in the ways they've been shorting it. But they've always got new tricks. Thanks, J Barms. Are there any funds that GME will be dropped from as a result? Yeah, absolutely. Not as many as that will pick it up, however. Bruce said there isn't going to be a market crash. Bruce is probably right. I mean, I don't know. Can you go over the ADX for new viewers that you mentioned in the DD? I'd rather not. It's just a trend signal. So ADX confirms trends and then tells you the direction of them. And then generally it has like a breakout point over the history of the stock. You can, if you look at the DD, I put a link in there for the Investopedia page on ADX if you really want to do a deep dive into it. But generally it's just like a trend confirmation. I mean, yeah, I think there could probably be more active things to stream sometimes, especially on slow days. But on the busy days, there's no stock I'd rather be streaming. Bar rate, they hit where it's bar rates back to 0.7. Jesus. I think she'll punch you in the face if I do. Yeah, it sounds like you need to find a new girlfriend, Mr. MOASS. They crashed Twitter, Reddit, then MOASS. Dan Matthews, I'm not going to lie to you, man. That sounds like schizophrenia. And you should maybe talk to someone about that. Not us, like a professional. Have you bought your tickets to the Elton John farewell tour? I have not. July stimulus add firepower for retail? Probably. Like, Google Trends is showing NYSE GME is having a lower search rate this morning than last week. I mean, why would anybody be typing in NYSE colon GME? Wouldn't they just type in GME or GameStop? Like, wouldn't those be better search terms to look at? I don't know. I'm mostly referring to like Wall Street bets and things like that. And Twitter. It was more active on Twitter, I think. TDA restricts options trading on GME. That's good news. Well, not if you want to buy some options, but thanks, guys. MindMed added to the Russell 3000. That's probably a big deal, actually. Yeah, SPY's at an all-time high. See what happens. Still gotta cross that trend line. Topics include all related keywords. Oh, okay. Good morning, Pickle Juice. I am feeling better, doppelganger. Thank you. I don't know anything about search engine optimization, like Kay, so I'll take your word for it. Good morning, Harry. She and me ripping up 151 in a PM. It's up 176, actually. We're trading at 211.27 right now. I like this like little uptrend into market open. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, I saw the death cross on BTC. Thanks, Philip. For sure, like, thank you for letting me know. How do I get more people to watch my stream? No. I'm not selling the hats, but somebody sent it to me as like a sample. It's pretty nice. I'm not gonna lie, it's like a nice hat. What indicator shows the death cross? MA 5200, the moving averages, long-term moving averages. Billionaire reward? Maybe. I thought I'd give it out to the poors if I gave them away for free. Where's my poll? Oh yeah, I forgot the poll. Our social media optimization specialist, not an SEO. Six hit the chart, but likes, smash that likes. This is fitted. Normally my hats are snapbacks, but this one's fitted. Need a third option, hopefully. Can you draw a day trader pickle? What the fuck would that look like? There's a pickle in front of a bunch of computers? Like monitors? Like, I guess. Not all VWAP hats cause MOASSes, but all MOASSes are caused by VWAP hats. I'm not streaming MOASS. Thanks, Joseph. I am aware of the Cats versus Pickles line of plushies at GameStop. It's very interesting. And then Ryan Cohen did the fart tweet after we asked him to on stream. So maybe he's watching. Who knows? Maybe that's who JD Maple is. JD Maple is in fact Ryan Cohen. Hi at Ryan Cohen. I've done several Mr. Moneybags-esque pickles. I don't think we'll do a Mr. Moneybags pickle today. See barcode as it is now at T12. Is that considered a resistance? Yeah, I mean it's like the confirmed point at which 210 options go into the money. I don't know how much open interest there is at 210. Not much. Oh wait, that's puts. Sorry. A little bit. There's some at 220. Like actually a decent amount at 220, 250 for this early in the week. If you're watching post Pickle Rick. I am RC. Okay, per Osling. RC is definitely a Dan. I'm about to buy 25K worth. I'm the guy that posted about Wells Fargo closing all my lines of credit, so I max them out, transferred to Fidelity. Think it'll drop it open. We might see a dip. J-Dubs. I'd be looking for, if anything, a gap fill back to 200 if we do see one, but we may not. We may have a, like, I predict market open will be pretty active. $10 towards frosted tips. That's over. The frosted tips thing ended. It's not some infinite frosted tips fund that you can donate to. But thank you for the donation. I appreciate it. Can you do a gherkin at VWAP hat pickle? Pickle within a pickle? He at some level knows you asked for farts. Yeah, I'm sure that like he just gets like a list of things that he can talk about on Twitter from like whoever works for him. When can we expect the share offering floor to juice us up? Once we climb above it. It should end up ultimately proving to be a very strong support level. There's been a lot of, you know, like not really volatility on the stock. Like we haven't moved around a lot, but there's been a lot of shit going on behind the scenes. And so I think this is like the first week where we're kind of returning to normal since the share offering and the Russel rebalancing and like everything that's been going on, like big fundamental moves on the stock. And so like this might be like our first return to normalcy. Um, does that mean trading sideways? Maybe. We're witnessing hatception. I don't even know who Lion O from Thundercats is. You missed Thickle? I brought him back for the Hall of Fame day. Yeah, not financial advice, obviously, J-Dubs. You're going to buy when you buy. No control over that. Infinity tips pool. I'd like if you started your stream with going over your forward-looking TA posts on Reddit, the indicators you identified and whatnot. I did a video on that already. The username I wanted. It's in the Video DD channel. It came out last night. Go watch it. Or Video DD playlist. Sorry. I'm not dyeing my mustache. And a week 680 calls are $42. Can make a hat that says I quit my job. I know we have all day, and it'd be more interest, but we have all day, and it'd be more interesting than talking about creme fraiche. Ooh, we could talk about that. That looks like the market's been open for a minute, and I just noticed. We got a nice up Johnson to start the day off. No, I think the ETF buying's probably done. Cap fill to the moon. Ooh, I got crooked. Any borrowing going on today? There was a shares returned this morning, like 70,000 or something. I don't know what fucking Portnoy even looks like. I wouldn't know how to draw a pickle of him. Look at the chart right now. Creme fraiche carrier flu. See what you've started, dude? Now everyone's gonna talk about creme fraiche all day. So I called her a shill and stormed out. This is the way, Jamma. 763K on Fidelity. Oh, that's interesting. That's some borrowed, right? Down from 1 million or 1 million plus, whatever magic number above 1 million that we don't know about. Gangster lean. He looks like Mark Zuckerberg. So you just need like a bug-eyed salamander. Am I allowed to say that on social media? Yeah, weekends suck. Didn't even know he was in GME paper hands. Don't worry, I filled him in. Nothing can ruin it now. I'm glad. I'm glad the VWAP hat has changed your life. Are we just going up? This frightens me. Oh, can I sell these fucking shares yet? How? How are these GFV violations? This is such bullshit. I didn't even buy them. Is the market crashing yet? Interesting. GME increasing its negative beta. So I wondered if the Russell 2000 ETFs had to do a share recall. Interesting. FUOP is pleased with your offering. 225.21. 220 is really the next resistance. Mighty Mouse Pickle. I like day trading Pickle. So far, that's my favorite Pickle. Shouldn't we follow the market? We do what we want, all right? When your stock's over 100% short, it doesn't always fucking matter what the market does. Our volume sucks, but we're going up, so I'm not going to complain. Don't stop. Almost there. Possible share recall. I hope that finished you off. All the shares were bought already for the Russell? Most likely. They had like 6 million volume from like 3:45 p.m. through after hours on Friday. Like double the volume we had all day. Have we had an optimistic start like this over the past few weeks? No. Here's also another question. Can they short the stock anymore? I don't know. This is probably me. Why wouldn't they be able to short it? Well, that's a long fucking talk, Shane. But I'm working on a theory. I hope there's like a part of me that hopes we don't MOASS before I figure it out. Because I want to figure it out and then have MOASS happen. And then I could be like, look what I did. Like that meme with the guy with the ball. It's the VWAP hat. It's clearly the secret to Long Johnson's, I'll tell you that much. Elaborate while we stroll past 220. Part of me hopes we don't MOASS till the first for my own reasons. You getting a divorce, Stephanie? Bathing in creme fraiche. What if we end up creating Skynet? I don't know. Cool. You're it out now. No, there's like a lot of me and some of the more wrinkly pickles are attempting to dig through a big fat chonker of data. Yeah, I spent 12 hours yesterday studying fucking financial instruments that I don't care about. But now I care about a lot. I'm not sure if I learned anything about them. They're corrupt. I can say that much. Moving up to 240-ish. We move back down to 225 tomorrow. We'll see 260. Floor increase day by day. We'll see. Negative beta. Day traders jumping out of the resistance? Maybe. I mean, we're not getting much of a turnaround. But I don't know if that's because, like, volume's drying up or just because, like, not a lot of selling. See, like, J-Dubs, the problem I have with that theory about, like, the board being compensated based on the average June share price, that implies that, like, GameStop will start MOASS, right? Like, they have some sort of control over when a short squeeze happens, which I don't think they do. I haven't heard anything about T plus 35. Is that a thing now since it's been moved into the Russel? Maybe. We'll see. I didn't get my money to help. I looked for data scientists that work with data. I always have a green day the day before I get paid. That's ridiculous. Is Emma reading it wrong? The bid ask spread's pretty high. Yeah, it's like over $1. It's like $1.20. Some of the stock might not be linked with GM anymore. I don't know. No, I wasn't studying Elliott waves. Thanks, French Dill. The V and VWAP originally stood for name. Cool cap. Thanks, dude. I appreciate it. Is Elliott Wind Gems a financial instrument? So what did you learn about ETFs? More than I wanted to so far. And I'm not even I feel like I've barely scratched the surface. That's the thing that's pissing me off the most is I've been digging into them for like the last I don't know, for like 20 of the last 48 hours. And I feel like I'm only just now starting to glean a very basic understanding. They are unbelievably complex. Not really in what they are, but in how they work. Wearing the catalyst. Let's see if we're gonna bounce off my hat right now. Could you put, I only have one VWAP hat. They sent me one. I think it's because there's like a center seam in the hat that they have to stitch over. Danyonaire. You're talking swaps. I'm not talking swaps. Swaps make more sense. Wouldn't a reverse merger almost guarantee them a share recall? Yeah, GameStop has a lot of ways to ignite MOASS. I just don't think they will. I don't think it's in their best interest to be the cause of it. They could prove me wrong, right? See what Warden's play of the week is for 7-2. So you can avoid it. I think we'll see some consolidation at 10 million a share, maybe. There was no collaboration with my money. Volume on the first candle was 186,163. For those of you listening in, we just hit 220 again. Retest. I'm going to update Reddit real quick, guys. I really hope we can set that support at 225. I waited all last week for that to happen. This mayonnaise is an instrument. It is if you slap it, right? You know what I think we need right now? I think we need a pickle. And I've decided on the pickle I'm drawing. Mm-hmm. He needs something else. God damn it. What does he need? I gotta think about this. He's playing Mayo bongos, but I don't. Does he need a man bun? Spy is red, praise you up. Question on the exit DD. If it breaks into a wedge to the upside and the trade isn't executed, do you parlay the money? I would just roll the exits forward. I mean, you can like double the exit, like double down on the next potential exit. Better move. 2+21 came late. That's not how that works. You're welcome for the price movement, guys. Thanks. I bought 10 more this morning. I was feeling I don't know. I was feeling something. Have you drawn Pickle Kong before? Oh no. You guys can't see the pickle. What have I done? There we go. Are we breaking the handle to the upside? I think we're still within range. If we break to the upside, that just signals that we could break out sooner, right? That's awesome. Like a break to the upside of the handle just means like a closer breakout. There was there was a theory that T+21 was every fucking day since it failed on Thursday. Jamie. That's the problem with T+21 is that like you can't just keep making up new days for it to be delayed to and have that be a valid theory, right? That would just invalidate the theory. T+1 plus T-2. He's playing Mayo bongos, yeah. Round glasses, goatee, and long hair. Done. Wait, hold on. They need to be really douchey glasses. You can't just have any glasses. Man bun. Should it be we wearing a bear hat? Oh, really, Christy? Does up 7% in 25 minutes feel like normal stock movement to you? It's not. You want to do a wellness check on Warden since his Discord meltdown? I don't know. I'm sure he's fine. He's very cocky. How much for the hat? It's not for sale. Frosted tips to the moon. Thank you so much. My headset turned off. Don't share it if you don't want to share it till it happens. I'll look at it, Jamie. Requesting an emoji of today's pickle. It's on my shirt. Oh, it's there. It's like crooked. It's because I'm sitting in this chair. Hold on. B. Markovich. The shirt is, it's not a surprise. Where'd you get the hat from? I don't know if I'm going to be working with them yet, so I don't want to say. We still have some things to talk about. I suggest starting with me. Where it went full God Bill. It's there's a comma in the price. Did Warden mislead and grift his supporters again? Maybe. I like it. I like being in the Russell 1000. I like that it's a real stock, you know. I was surprised ripping his shirt off like Hulk Hogan. Thanks, Hazleff. My mic is not fucking quiet. Maybe it is. Thanks, Jenny. Did you reverse boof the hat? Yeah. You boof it and it just pops up on top of your head. If you want to trigger MOASS, you need a security shirt. Can I put it in pre-order for that? No, not yet. I'll get those set up though. There's just like some final details I need to iron over because I like the current cost is kind of high, and I'm not about that. Like the cost is high for me to make nothing off of it, like no profit margin whatsoever. You ever watch To Catch a Smuggler? Lots of boofing in that show. How many shares of CX in the hat's gonna be? No, one VWAP hat is not 1G. I mean, Jesus. They're not that expensive. Well, I wanted it to be like make to order. That way I could have like more items. Whereas if I just like buy a bunch of bulk shit, it's like there's only gonna be like one or two items, right? The pickle merch is inevitable. Everyone's been asking for it for months now. But and also like I still have like the inner desire to not sell merch because I don't want to be a YouTube shill. Because that'll be the like the final straw for my career on Super Stonk as a low level DD writer. You know what I think I'm gonna do is I think I'm just gonna start writing DDs where I define things in the middle of the night for people to read about. I'd be like, hey, let me tell you some history. Like easily searchable history, copy and pasted from a Wikipedia article. And I'm just gonna post those every day of the week. And people are gonna be like, oh my fucking god, upvote. If you guys don't get what I'm talking about, you never will. Make some money off. Well, it's like a friend of mine, and that's why I went with him. But capitalism is good, more swag. That's not DD, it's education data. It's not anything. Ale gets it. Leave that poor talkie alone. Thank you, LM. It's reference to a few people. Jimmy also the Russell midcap. It is, but it's currently trying to go below my hat, which I don't like. Thanks, John. TD doesn't get popular because it isn't a wildly speculative hype train. I know. I know. But I'm just going to start doing that. Just be prepared, guys, because I'm tired of it. I'm tired of not getting the recognition I deserve. Pickle that does not have nearly enough patchouli stink lines coming off of it. Oh, Jim. That was fucking great, man. I give a little pickle incense burner. All of the prominent Redditors encourage the worshipping. It seems like they do. Pickle Financial beanies at Walmart. Pi-Fi beanies. I feel like I don't know what else I can do to make my post sound apocalyptical. I already said the goddamn Schiller index is at like 38 points. It's like no one reads it. That's the highest it's been since the dot-com bubble. We're approaching record overvaluation of the market and no one cares. Come up with a T plus 69 theory. I know you do. I know you guys are super awesome, and you all have been like a huge support. I mean, you guys are the reason I keep doing this, right? Not the people that don't fucking watch. Admit being a shill. Is there a shill index for prices? Okay, Pickleberry. How accurate is the Schiller PE ratio? Pretty fucking accurate, generally. You are all my reasons. I mean, this is my own internal hubris, right? It's just like I watch these things happen and I attempt to turn a blind eye, but sometimes it gets the better of me. And I have to be like, what the fuck is going on here? Where's DFE? Oh, cool. That's awesome. Reddit not working? I don't know. I haven't updated for 15, 20 minutes, give or take. Where are we at on the frosted tip fund? Way off. Also, like the window's closed. You missed out. I don't know what to tell you guys. This isn't just gonna be a you guys do my hair channel. It's ridiculous. Daniel, thank you so much for becoming a billionaire, bro. I appreciate the membership, man. Or re-upping. I think you re-upped, but I appreciate it all the same. I'm back, baby. Awesome. One of us. This is poetry slam, Pickle. Well, we failed that test of what the stock is worth again. Well, I mean, like, I don't want to just like outright predict a market crash and then people are like, oh, I'm going to bet against the market and lose a bunch of money. We tested 35M. What do you mean, Hazleff? Yeah, I don't think they have to cover on specific days. It also depends on what they're covering. That's the other thing, is like, God, I want to talk about it, but I know I don't know enough about it yet to like say what I want to say. And so I'm going to shut my mouth. Why do we keep getting rejected? Well, it's definitely worth more than 225, right? But the market valuation currently on the stock is 225. We just sold 5 million shares for an average of 225. Like, we should at least be above that. Like, this is bullshit. Talk about using a very unclear analogy. Well, imagine this. Imagine if GME didn't possess all of its own shares. Imagine if there were other entities in the stock market that possibly also had GME shares, their own little floats. What if the covering that we see isn't necessarily directly covering of GameStop? What if T plus X is stupid or wrong? Take my daily downvote, you negative goose. Thanks, Vecna. You gonna hang out in here all day? Are you the first downvote? That's shitty, man. If you're the first downvote today, that's super shitty. Probably not. T plus X is definitely wrong. Yeah. There's no way T plus X is wrong. Unsubbed. No, not like a fake MOASS. I don't want to hear that. Three to seven real fast. Thanks, guys. Thank you for the up and down votes. I appreciate it. As always, if you like the content and you want to see more of it, hit that subscribe button. Stop, you're scaring super stonk users. It shouldn't scare them. This is not bad news. It's just difficult to explain. I have a hard time explaining like RSI to people. I don't think this theory is going to take quite a lot of analogies to get across. Don't mention RSI. That one guy is going to demand it on screen again. Have I seen Neo this morning? No, is it running? Whoa, shit. That jumped. When did it go up to 45? I missed my entry on that. Oh well. For those of you that are in it, awesome. Okay, so this might be our daily dip. Nice little head and shoulders. Failed the test. Give us our daily view up. Give us our daily tip. How low do you think we could go? I mean, like, usually this just means a reversion to mean, but I don't even know if we'll drop that low. They're chasing with the sell walls, so yeah, we might see like there at the lowest. I would think off of this at least. Oh, I'm not frustrated, Bino. Boof the tip. Is there 1 second chart? Is the market coming back? A little bit. Still so weak. What a weak ass market. Ooh. Oh, that's interesting. Huh. It's almost like data analysis is supposed to function as a helpful guide, not a map. Neo is running. Awesome. So anyways. Well, A-Stone, I don't know what else you want me to say about it. It's running. Like, it's not like I'm going to jump on it now that it's already started to run. Well, I don't know. It looks like we're reverting. Looks like we're turning around. Now it's starting to look like a double bottom and not a head and shoulders, which is very low probability. So bull side must be a little bit strong today at least, or a little stronger than sell side. Because they should have shorted the shit out of this right here, and there no volume came in. Like, look. Like we've all watched this stock long enough that I don't need to explain that this should have been shorted. But maybe here. We'll see. This would be a fail if there was volume to back it up. See volume candles. Yeah, there's no volume. I had my entry for Neo set at 37. That was where I was looking to buy some, like to pick some up long term. But I think I just dumped that money into GME instead. Are you better than Friday? Yeah, way better, Oda. Thank you for asking. Still have a little cough, but did you just get a glimpse of negative beta? When did I say something was interesting? Because I don't know what I was talking about. Was I looking at something specific? The head and shoulders reversing is interesting. It's very low probability. Head and shoulders are like highly accurate generally. They're like 85% or 84% accurate. So you have like a 16% chance of reversing a head and shoulders to the upside. What's interesting, you tease? Sorry, I'll never say something's interesting again. What's a good entry point to pick up GME calls today? If I were looking at calls today, I'd probably be looking for a dip. Like maybe a dramatic one. IV's actually decently low. Not as low as I would like to see it, but it's okay. It's coming down a little. I don't know if I'd want to this week. Let me look at the would I even play options this week on GME? Let's see. Where's my So here's our cup and handle that I'm looking at. I mean, like, we could see some increase this week, but it looks like, I mean, the predicted range for the price on Friday this week is 233 to 222, right? At least based on this technical indicator, right? Obviously we could go up before then, but yeah, I don't know. If I was in options, I'd probably be closer to the money, and those are kind of pricey. Also, I rolled all those options last week, so I'm like, I need to make some money elsewhere real quick before I make money on GME. God damn it. Whiskey will help that cough. Maybe. I don't really like whiskey that much. I don't hate it. I just don't like it that much. Triple top on the SPY. I think it rejected. It crossed over. It's not looking like bullish, but it looks like it's in a bit of an uptrend. Maybe this is just a further out shoulder. It's just interesting that SPY stopped running. Like, it was running so hard into last week, and then it dipped on like no relevant news today. Fucking unstable. Finally, the VWAP hat. See you later, I'm Kegs. Was that your pickup line? No. I've never had a pickup line. I don't think those work. Tenure taking a dump. Ooh. Fucking 20-year treasury is way down. VIX is up a little. SPXS is up a little. Nothing going on with QQQ yet. It could just be that the buy pressure has extended the shoulder out, right? So because the buy pressure is higher, like that's actually our shoulder here and not. Sometimes they end up kind of sloppy. Oh, whoops. There we go. Oh no. Picking up a few 760 and 450 calls is a good idea. I mean, that is a point where I would be more interested in playing those. The dude. Am I gonna buy them right now though? No. Like, why? If I'm expecting to trade sideways, right? Why would I buy early? See what I mean? Like, why would I pay for the theta? Bazinga quotes Wall Street Bets Chad that we're in an apparent falling wedge. What is? We're not in a falling wedge. I mean, I guess you could draw one, but I don't think that's a very accurate indicator. It seems arbitrary. A falling wedge is a bullish signal, though. That's technically what we were. It's called a descending wedge, and it's what we were in before the run up in May. That's the formation that prompted the run up in May. Was a descending wedge. Any thoughts on Jimmy hitting the quad espresso shot formation? They do if they're good and you're sliding in the DMs. I don't know. It's not how I rolled. Some guy this weekend gave me, "Did you sit here to tell me your name?" What the fuck? Even if they're good, I think they're less effective. I guess if you're like hitting on girls on Tinder, but I don't do that. Isn't that right? Secure. Yeah, it's definitely not my pickup line. Johnny Bravo reverse VWAP projection forming. Do you expect ornamental gourd futures to be running soon? I'm getting evicted this coming month. Um, no, I'm sorry to hear that. I hope MOASS happens before then for you, man. Absolutely, index fund investor. The Fed raising interest rates would definitely cause a downturn in the market. I don't know if it would cause a big enough down. It depends on how much they raise them. So both ascending, no, ascending wedges are generally bearish. Ascending wedges break down, right? The price pattern's going like this. Descending wedges break up. What must I do to get a view up hat on our pickle drag there? There's nothing you can do, Windmill. I'm not drawing one on him. His bald spot is there for everyone to see. He's not ashamed of it. Why are you? How do I feel about the white colored pen? All right, I'll go back to green. So, Rob, can we do a TA on why I'm single? Yeah, we can. I'm gonna go with because you've been getting your pickup lines from Sahib. Am I correct? No bald. I'm not shaming the baldness. He doesn't care. He's just sitting there drumming on his mayo. I'd imagine you'd find this kind of pickle at like the quad of a community college. You know, I get my pickup lines from the pickle jar. I knew that guy. They are mayo bongos. Yeah, also on the boardwalk in Venice Beach. You just walk up to girls, you're like, "Hey, babe, you like pickles? Because I got a sweet midget." If you guys don't know this, sweet midget, not a slur, an actual name for a type of pickle. In the streets of Savannah, Georgia. Do you think today will be boring like last week? We never know, Sarab. That's why we sit here all day watching it in anticipation. Kenneth G cover his shorts. Oh, absolutely, Ben. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate that. Every day is excitingly boring. Our our company handle is supported by an ascending triangle, not an ascending wedge. I was asked about ascending wedges. Ascending triangles generally break to the upside. No problem, Starlight. Remember that time we opened and the market just ripped to 224? That was fun. What's the difference? How do you differentiate? All right. So wedges are a consolidating pattern, right? So they have lower highs and higher lows, right? That forms a wedge. Triangles or pennants, depending on, so triangles go like this. They're like upside down. Pennants go like this. These also have a consolidating pattern, but they have the same, like a pennant has the same low with lower highs, right? And a triangle would have, or an ascending triangle. So this would be a descending triangle. Ascending triangles have lower lows with the same high. So they're testing the same resistance over and over again. And this is testing the same lower resistance over and over again. So on this one, buy pressure is remaining strong and sell pressure is getting weaker. And on this one, the buy pressure is getting weaker and sell pressure is staying the same. On wedges, buy and sell pressure is consolidating. It's an upside trend into a breakout of the long-term resistance. Yes. That is correct, Sanders. Thank you, Eric. Thanks, Han. Can you see a wedge breakout on the 4-hour? What? No? You mean like this? I mean, I guess. Yeah, you could have like, not really a wedge, but you could have that. Yeah, that would be a breakout. I don't like the time frame. It's a bit small for it to be like a reliable indicator, but it's working. So like it's not something I would watch long term, if you know what I mean. Literally taking notes. That was the 4-hour chart. So market feels slow today. Yeah, it's a bit slow. I think that's because it's like not very stable. Oh, finally? Are we gonna dip? There's some increasing volume on this, if you guys look right here. So if this candle has just a little more volume, we'll see that dip. So the red still shorts, or some people selling, day trading. Could be both. Could be day traders shorting. That's a possibility too. Stocks aren't just always green, right? Like In order to sell, like buy stock, someone has to sell it to you. It's the most ridiculous time frame we have used to confirm wedge bias. Weekly? Maybe? Usually I usually use the 1 day. 1 day is usually more than accurate enough. Stocks aren't always green. No. I hate that sentiment. We were like, oh, everything red is shorting. No. That's silly. Favorite thing is when people on Reddit chat tell you to hodl on dips, as if the word of a complete stranger shouting on the internet is in-depth financial advice that convinces me not to sell. I'll tell you this though, it definitely convinces some people, right? And I guess that's the net benefit of it, right? I don't think anybody should underestimate the power of weird faith-based mentalities like that. I mean, I buy and hold because I know it's going to squeeze, right? Can you explain why this chart shows we're in wave 3? God damn it. But Trades told me green. Well, I mean, AMC's up 6%, so Trey wasn't wrong. The long claw con DD on Reddit tripled my floor. It's insane. Okay. I don't know if I've read that one. Who's that one by? Is that one of Crayons movie reviews? Just so you guys know, anytime someone gets too big on Super Stonk for their own good, I'm going to be the one to knock him down a peg if I can. Some people might say out of jealousy, but I disagree with that. That statement just tripled my floor. Because there are no fucking heroes. And those DDs aren't really that impressive. Matt Course freebases Coke. He must to stay that hyper. Haven't we all learned about fucking worshiping people's DD by now? Like, hasn't everybody learned about that? What if you become the big guy on Super Sonic? I hope not. There's no possible way. All my shit's like too grounded for that. Do people seek fame on a subreddit? Of course. That's like what social media does, right? Is it incentivizes those little dopamine hits. He's too young to be a cokehead. That's not true. What DDs do you find impressive besides your own? It's a good question. My own. And then let's see. There've been a few. There was one that I posted on the Discord not that long ago that was pretty good. The T plus 35 DD I thought was the best explanation of the T plus cycle. I still think it had issues, but I don't know if I've read the long con one. But I'm sure it's still just like a bunch of like, oh, look what the head user are up to, and this is what they did in 2008. Like, this is what Ryan Cohen's gonna do. It's just nonsense. Hot air. Short stint cover. That's all the DD anyone needs. The Knights of New. Yeah. Yeah, that whole group's definitely given us I just everyone wants to be part of a club, I guess. I'm only into triple D's and above. By the way. I don't know. It's busy on the farm. Thoughts on ATOS? Actually, I don't know if you looked this morning. I went over that and it came up. It came up on my scanner this morning, with like some interesting options activity. I posted a pretty good DD about that stock. Also, heard about the fake GME NFT? No, but I guess I don't have to worry because I wouldn't buy the real one, right? I hate any DD that reference DFE's incredible insight into the future. Trey is definitely a cokehead. So does White Square Capital need to cover? No, they don't. They just like they shorted and they went under and that's it. Apparently, because I haven't seen a $440 million short position cover on the stock. Adam has been pretty quiet since the blow up over Lauer's announcement. GD about Jimmy. Oh, DFE's DD was amazing. Well done. Well researched. Good, solid technical analysis. That's why I fucking bought the stock, right? There was no other GameStop DD when I bought. It was him and, you know, people making fun of him. I mostly bought because people were making fun of him. And I saw what he was talking about and he seemed pretty accurate, so I bought some. And then I read more into his DD and I bought more. Shorts cover over time. It's possible, Adam. I think the short position is much larger on GameStop than it was on Tesla, though. But we're seeing some of that over time, like run up that Tesla saw. I just think on GameStop, because of the massive short position, it's going to inevitably have to squeeze. Squeeze. Pull me into wanting to read more. I skip it, to be honest. Any idea? Yeah, I have Dallas. I have an entire video about why the borrow fee is under 1%. You can go check that out. It's on the video DD playlist. So buying fractional shares before MOASS, will they be worth something? Or can they be sold by a broker during MOASS? So it depends on what broker sells you the fractional share. I don't know if all brokers maintain the right to sell them from like out from under you. I know Robinhood can. Um, I don't know that much about fractional shares. I haven't used them. I know they're difficult to sell in high volatility. Because they have to be bundled and then sold in a block. And that's like harder to do. So it can like your order execution can really, really suffer with fractional shares. Pretty hard to hide covering 226% of the float. Yeah. You get a chance to check out new long DDs going over hyperinflation, like a 4-part series with 2 to still come out. No, but I mean, I'm sure it's kind of predicting what I expect, which is that the Fed is like lying about inflation concerns and they'll have to overcompensate. Tell me if I'm right, Jake. So like mid-July. Yeah, it's like mid-July. Let me look. It shows the breakout point being on July 14th. Like the confirmed breakout is on July 14th. Then July 13th. So the run-up gets more extreme. I don't know. I'm gonna hydrate, Grizzled. Thank you. Yeah, DFV also didn't give a shit about the corrupt market. What's the highest a squeeze has ever gone up? The highest single day increase on a stock price, I think, was 28,000%. The highest a squeeze has ever gone? I don't know, DGZ AF or whatever that one was. That one went up like 13,000%. I'd love to do a dual stream with DFE. That'd be fucking awesome. Exit strategy video. Oh, thanks, Han. I have a fractional share to 7 decimal places. How low do you think it's gonna go? Oh, today? I think we're just like seeing a reversion to mean. So probably like right here, like 212-ish. Volume kind of dried up a little bit. Isn't that NFT day? I have no idea. I don't know what the fuck anybody's talking about with the NFTs. What does the NFT have to do with the stock? I don't think they can issue, like, wouldn't every NFT have to be a unique thing? Right, if they issued NFT as a dividend? Thoughts on GameStop's prospectus? Oh, it's just the warning statements about the stock. That's perfectly normal. GameStop's had that in the last earnings also, and everyone freaked out about it. The stock's been volatile, and they have to put in some legalese about that. 28,000 so far. Yeah, it's true. There's always something that'll break the previous record. Which share was that? I believe that was Gateway Computers. Or Gateway was the company. I don't know if it was I think it was the computer company. Oh, okay. Well, that's cool. Your sole premise is use the corrupt markets. That's what you do. You use the corrupt markets to your advantage. But yeah, his primary thesis was that GME was super undervalued. The short position thing was like revealed a bit later, or the extent of the short position. There's zero chance that GameStop will develop a fully functioning NFT ecosystem of any value in 1 month. Yeah. It is the prospectus. NFT marketplace would be huge for stock. That would have to be like a blockchain marketplace. It wouldn't be NFTs though. Like NFTs don't seem like the right tool for the job. You know what I mean? I've stated this before and I'll say it again. I don't think there's going to be any type of crypto dividend. Unless they've found a way that they can get out of the lawsuits that'll carry with it, which I don't see them doing that. Again, I don't think GME is going to try to launch MOASS. I don't think that's going to be a decision that they make. If anything, I think they'll try to avoid it or avoid being responsible for it. Yeah, I know what the point of the NFT is as far as like trading like digital versions of games, and that's a great business plan. I think it's a great idea. I talked about it long before it was ever announced that I thought that would be here on the stream, that I thought that would be a good idea for them to pursue. Um, Probably like very early into this when I began streaming this. But yeah, I think that's a great idea. I just don't think it has anything to do with MOASS. We're going red, boys. I mean, no more than predicted, right? We still have a little ways to go. Eve NFT Marketplace. That's their move, I think. I'll check it out. VEVE. Uh, yeah, Overstock created precedents, but precedents that they're still being sued for. So, not to mention, it has nothing to. It really, I don't think it has anything to do with Overstock. I think they're not going to. They're not going to intentionally trigger MOASS because it would be bad for the company. Right? If MOASS is everything we think it is, GameStop would want to be the last people to be like, "Oh, we started this." The amount of negative press they would receive could definitely hamper their future business plans. And since that they as insiders don't give a shit about a short squeeze, right? Because it benefits them. The only way it benefits them is it takes the short pressure off the stock, increasing the value at which the stock is realized by the market, right? But like they don't profit from a short squeeze. He's dragging the stock down with his low energy and medium talent. I'm not drawing any other pickles today, so it's either him or no pickle. It's not the OBV line, Evan. It's which line? Are you talking about this resistance line? There. Are you happy? Their customers become rich and spend money with them. Not enough incentive. It's possible, Ben, but I still don't think so. Just from a PR perspective, it would be a terrible move. Oh, look, we're bouncing right off mean. I think that's a good value play for the NFT for the stock long term. I mean, but like if they know that the stock short, then they know what I think, right? Which is that MOASS is going to inevitably happen. So why be responsible for triggering it, right? It will create the most loyal fan base. Will they? I don't know. Maybe. So you're saying that rich people are appreciative of the source of their wealth. That's a different take that I've never heard. Tell me more about it. Any stock scanners you recommend? Not currently. I've just been using FinViz lately, but there are better ones, and I need to sit down and take some time and look for one, and I just haven't had the chance. The lottery again. They must appreciate the source. I mean, that's different, right? That's just gambling, Mitchell Dan. Yeah, I feel like the reality of that is like GameStop would make a bunch of people millionaires, right? And those people would then spend a bunch of money at GameStop for like a year or two. And then, they just buy their shit wherever, their personal assistant buys their shit from. Like, rich people don't pay attention to where they're buying their shit from. They just buy it. They're like, I need this thing. Go buy it. And they have like a little executive assistant that runs around and goes and buys their stuff for them. It's all about the long con. Get Jimmy on the S&P 500. That's a whole nother fucking bag of shit that I don't even want to get into. Yeah, I know. It's all based on the wording and the filing, which isn't all that different from their last filing, last quarter, where they were like, everyone was like, "Oh my god, they said short squeeze in their legal paperwork." Do you believe that Citadel and Co are stalking us on Super Stonk and that they buy downvotes and bots? I don't know. It's possible. They're invested in social media propaganda, right? The S&P 500 inclusion is not automated. It's not like the Russell 1000. There's still a board that has to vote the company in. Who's on that board? I have no idea. Probably not people who are friends of the retail investor. Yeah, but new money becomes old money pretty quickly, Jean DeVry. As evidenced by all the tech billionaires that really don't do anything for anyone but themselves. That's not old money, right? That's not like inherited wealth. Do you believe in the theory that you're actually DFE? I don't. Well, they know they wouldn't. I mean, GameStop. So, do you think GameStop knows more about possibility timing of MOASS? If so, what kind of information do they have that we don't? They would have information on the shorts and the extent of short selling, right? That would be the information that they have that we wouldn't have access to if they have it. Saying you're not DFE is exactly what DFE would say. Probably. Maybe DFE is just gonna post a tweet and he's gonna be like, I'm not a pickle, and that will finally absolve me of this. Has anyone pickled a whole watermelon? I understand, Lewis, but it is a game that rewards the patient. Yeah, I saw the spy had an inverse move to GME. Nike shorts. Yeah, Nike shorts. Wonder if they have true voting numbers. Probably not, but they may have a very good idea, right? The Citadel's so yeah, I know Citadel used to tweet regularly. But that's very common in Wall Street, like when a fund is under fire like Citadel currently is, for them to just kind of like shut down outward communication, right? Because then they can't say the wrong thing. By saying nothing, you can't say the wrong thing. It's like pleading the fifth. I mean, Buffett's donating all his shares to like charities, right? Like giant corporate charities that are also evil in their own right. But for Buffett, it's never, I don't think for Buffett it's ever been about being like super wealthy. It's been about being the richest, if that makes sense to you. Like if you read and like listen to his interviews and if you like research him, you'll realize that for him it's really about just making more money than anyone else. I think his wife heavily encouraged him to, support like charitable causes. And so I think he's doing that like kind of in her honor. Also, he's old and like you can't die with it, and it's way too much money to just leave your kids. Like that doesn't serve any purpose. This Well, no, because like Overstock knew about the short position on their stock, right? That's why they released the crypto dividend, because they were aware of the naked short selling of their stock. Well, that's usually entropy. Usually, like before an S&P inclusion comes up, like that. Like GME is already on the S&P 600. But before a S&P inclusion comes up, usually the stock will split in order to get onto the S&P 500. Because splitting your stock, doing a stock split generally creates uh, an excess of liquidity. Wait, who is Citadel? Lots of posts over the weekend blaming them. No, I don't know if they're a distraction. They're probably one of the short positions, right? Why else would they bail Melvin out? I think people end up just chasing a lot of red herrings right now. just because like boredom, you know, like chasing Citadel or watching their lights or digging into point 72. Like none of these things are really relevant, right? The only thing that's relevant is the shorts haven't covered and waiting for them to cover. Ultimately. I mean, I could talk about all this like super speculative stuff, but it's just like that's what it is. It's speculative. We have no idea. We have like no discernible proof of any of these statements about even about Citadel. Like we have no proof of Citadel's short position. We have no idea. We know through their actions that they most likely have a large one. But do we know how much it is or what it is? No. Do we know 0.72s? No. It's intentionally obscured. Giant corporate and charity don't belong in the same sentence, and yet here we are. They're just giant tax shelters. That's it. It's like art. Like art is valuable because you can hide money in it. For the most part. Not like, I mean, including Picassos and things like that, but even on the lower end. So about increased death tax, I thought today's sin. I don't know how atypical he is for multi billionaires. They all seem, maybe Elon doesn't, but they all seem to lead very similar, like, kind of obscure lifestyles. They're generally more interested in the power and like what the money brings and winning, right? Like they're just trying to win. Like that's definitely what they're concerned with over like the material value of their money, right? Because like if they were interested in the material value of their money, they would have quit at like 10 billion, right? Because there's nothing you can't buy at that point. They'd just be like, I'm gonna go live on my yacht and blow my money. Red hair. I said red herring. Herring. Like the fish. Not red hair. Ugh. What legislation in particular created these insane inequalities in the West since the 1980s? I'd probably start with trickle down economics, as those don't work. Reagan might have made some mistakes, I know people don't want to talk about that, but from an economic policy standpoint, not the best decisions. Even conservative economists don't agree with a lot of the things that went down in the 80s. SPY is close to 200 EMA at Wind Moon. When it dips below it, I mean, I think crypto is gonna complete its your opinion matters. Super Stonker is making audiobook out of Adabits DD. I mean, I don't know. I guess if like people who have difficulty with like reading comprehension or visual impairments need an audio version, that seems fine. I mean, that's a lot of the reason I do the video DDs for this channel, because I don't want to like do the same DD twice, right? Like I don't want to write the DD and then explain it in a video, but that's like a large part of the reason I do the video DDs. So I mean, in that regard, it's fine. If they're just doing it because they're like fanboying at a bit, then that's super cringe, yeah. But internet people are gonna simp, right? They're just gonna. I don't know why. It's a thing. Did you see the Adabit Funko? I don't know what a Funko is. How's volume? Like not great. Gas 2.8 million. Trading at 215.11. We bounced off that mean after the Head and Shoulders as expected, but slow climb back up. Simpernet. Too many people treating Adabit's DD like it's gospel. Yeah. I mean, I think it's good that I think it's a very good introduction to financial market malfeasance. But it's definitely an intro. If that's yeah. That's how I want to say that. Oh, Mr. Diggs, you're figuring it out. The very fact that you're against simping is why you're my mentor and I love you. Oh, man. Small Funko are those small cartoony vinyl figures with the big heads? Oh, like the bobbleheads? There was already a name for those. They were called bobbleheads. Do their heads not bobble? Is that the difference? I would buy an Adabit bobblehead. But if its head didn't bobble, I wouldn't purchase it. Money injections are band-aids, not solutions. There's other options besides just trickle down and the inverse of trickle down. Dusty. You're looking at economics in a very narrow spectrum if you think those are the only two ways it plays out. Somewhere to pull a power cord on Citadel's computers would that start MOASS? Unlikely. I'm sure they have backup power. No bobbling heads? I'm not interested. What a Kirk bobblehead with a VWAP hat. I'll think about it. Incurable disease at age 40, and you're sitting on over $1 billion in your bank account with no family to give it to you. What do you plan to do with your money? Throw it out of a helicopter. I think that's the best method of distribution. Maybe somewhere fun, like Vegas or Monte Carlo. The people in Monte Carlo don't need it. Vegas. Maybe I'll fly around like Henderson, Nevada, and throw it out of a helicopter. Free meth for everyone. you know. Out of Dr. Fauci bobblehead. Can I short the US somewhere? Yeah, you short bonds. That's exactly, there's a very direct line to shorting the US. Could be Pickle Funko, Knights of Dill. God, please don't start tagging yourselves as that. Or do. Fuck it. Why not? Let's have fun. We still haven't learned. We'll never learn, Dusty. That's the point. There's no incentive. Like, why do you care about a market crash and the market always bounces right back to new all-time highs? How do you don't care because you're gonna be dead, right? Like that was the question. Otherwise, transportation, it's a business expense. Send other YouTubers to a TA education course. I don't know if like a good one of those actually exists. And I don't want to be the one to create it. Let's not throw out the Belle Delphine with the bathwater. Thanks, Holly. I appreciate it. It's a good touch. Make one. School for kids who can't TA good. That would be the ultimate upset to the class differential. The American middle class all just become day traders and completely control the marketplace. That'd be interesting. I like where this is going. The American middle and lower class all become day traders. Like well-educated day traders. How did you go in on Atos? I haven't. I was looking for an entry in pre-market. I didn't see one. And I was like, maybe I'll play options on it. But yeah, I haven't gotten in on it. Why are you shaking? Are you no, I'm just like tapping my foot and it shakes my camera. It's okay though. I ordered a camera mount, so that doesn't happen anymore. Instead of having my camera sitting on top of my monitors. I know. YouTubers. If he was gherkin it, he wouldn't admit it, right? I mean, no, I probably would, actually. It was $9 on Amazon. I mean, don't la-di-da me, all right? Get one of those fancy mics. I have a fancy mic. Well, not fancy, but it's a good one. But who will work later for the 1% of the middle class work as day traders? I don't know. Robots. Buying on GameStop. GameStop had a camera mount, but it was $45. So I bought a $9.99 one off Amazon. That's capitalism. Don't worry, if GameStop gets big enough, Amazon will buy them. Everyone calm down. That's why Bezos makes the big bucks. Shill, not a true GME fan. I'm not going to give him an extra third. I already own a shitload of their stock. I would have given myself an extra $30 to buy the same mic stand. Amazon had a coupon on it. 70% off coupon. I was going to fully take advantage of that. I thought GameStop would buy Amazon. Well, if GameStop doesn't buy Amazon, then Amazon will buy GameStop, right? Like if they take enough of their market share away, then Amazon would buy them out. Now, if the market crashes and like all the tendies in the world flow to Ryan Cohen, maybe he will, right? But that's a crazy speculative theory that I came up with while kind of tired. It's just so crazy that it might work, though. How much is Citadel paying me? Not enough. I'll tell you that much. I can barely afford to buy more GME. How many more months do you think MOASS can be prevented? I don't know, man. These guys have a lot of money. Shilling for Amazon coupons. Oh yeah, if Amazon announced an intention to acquire GameStop, that would absolutely cause MOASS. This is an Amazon stream now. Bro, how you make Philly cheesesteak? Help me out. You get like a good, like I think ribeye, and you freeze it, and then put it through like a deli slicer on super thin. Season that with like salt, pepper, maybe a little garlic powder or something. Fry that up, get it nice and caramelized on the edges, but don't overcook it. And then you're gonna want to like probably take those drippings from the beef and fry up some like mushrooms, green pepper, onion in there. Get those nice and caramelized, set those to the side. And then you're gonna combine all those things and put a nice layer of cheese over the top. You're gonna throw that onto a like a submarine or hoagie roll, I believe they call them in Pennsylvania. Do some TA on Amazon. Business strategy clarity. Interesting. Now they're gonna try to say that the future of the company is unclear. I mean, you can go with American cheese, but there's other cheeses. In some parts of Philly, Cheese Whiz. Not my favorite, but thanks, shill sniffing dog. I appreciate it, man. See, I've passed the shill sniffing dog test, people. Do not touch American cheese. Pepper jack, baby. I heard a rumor that Amazon is planning. Have you planning to buy a GME? Hi, bots. Have you ever been a currency trader? I feel like it suits your trading style. I have traded Forex, but I don't like to. I don't like currency trading. It's like a lot of work. The profits are usually kind of minimal. If you're doing it really well. Yeah, I think like Forex traders tend to have like better long-term like profit margins though. But the same can be said of people who are like good at trading commodities. Back off the whiz. Dog pickle. American cheese melts the best of all cheeses. Don't taste amazing, but it's passable, and seriously, it melts amazingly. If you don't get cheap American cheese, it can be all right too. Yeah, well, there's other cheeses that melt really well. American cheese, technically not a cheese. I mean, it can be. It depends which one you buy. Like, if you're buying Kraft singles, those aren't actually cheese. They're just like a pasteurized whey product. But, Gruyere, mozzarella, like there's a lot of good melty cheeses besides American. You can get a nice melt on Swiss. Tends to be a little low hydration, but Fontina, Asiago. Plan to buy GameStop prior to a space trip. Is Kirkin's real name Dan? No. I can't believe 22% of you voted that VWAP hats don't cause MOASS. Pats or Geno's? Pats. I've been to both. I think Pats is better. Kirk said his name is Kevin and another. My name's not Kevin. Irish cheddar, best cheese. Irish cheddar is a great cheese. Government cheese is, I've had it, and it's better than American cheese. Yeah, provolone melts really nicely. Use Pecorino Romano instead of Parmesan. Yeah. Pecorino Romano it's got more of a bite. It's a saltier cheese. It's my favorite, but also Fulvi, which is like a less aged Pecorino Romano, that's really good too. It's kind of softer. Gloucester's good too. Gouda's amazing. Gouda's a really good melting cheese too. Yeah, there's a place for American cheese. I agree. I always have some in my fridge. I use it for stuff. Kind of short the weather. I'm starting to get sick of this heat wave. I would go long on air conditioner manufacturers. Francis Klingberg. Although you might be a bit late. Oh god, that's what I love about the market. Is there's always a way to make money off something. Like even if it's like something like Lara bars and you're just mad about it, or if it's like you're pissed at the weather. Like there's always a way to put your money where your mouth is. Parmigiano Reggiano, you mean, right, Miguel? But then you gotta like how long is it aged, right? Because those are like essentially like Parmigiano, you have like depending on how old it is, like how long it's been aged, you have like basically several different cheeses. Pepper Jack's a good one. Jack cheese is a nice melty cheese too. But I think it's kind of just like a flavorless cheddar. I think it falls into that same category of cheeses. How do I short VWAP? You can't. VWAP is infallible. It can neither be it cannot be longed or shorted. About to be a bunch of constipated people around here. Manchego. Manchego's a good cheese. I like Manchego on like rosemary crackers. That's like one of my favorite ways to enjoy that cheese. Or like a nice like crusty little like a crostini, like a little sliver of toasted bread. Silencio. Kasu Marzu? Tiger Wahoo. Isn't that the one from like Sardinia that's full of maggots? I'm not going to eat that. That's disgusting. Had a mascarpone strawberry basil milkshake. That sounds amazing. Oaxaca's good. Also, queso quesadilla is really good. Oh man, I love cheese. You guys have struck on something I will talk about all day. I love feta, but why is it so fucking expensive all of a sudden? Like the last 2 years, feta has quadrupled in price. Cotilla, not my favorite. Only because like I feel like it's overused. Like they're just like, oh, we're just gonna throw some cotilla on here, like a fucking fistful of it. It'll be great, but no. Then the entire dish, like, or like the rest of the dish is under seasoned, so it just tastes like cheese. It pisses me off. Everyone loves cheese. That's the secret. A bag of cashews and almonds cost me $10 the other day. I mean, cashews have always been expensive, and California is going through a drought, so that's why you're seeing the like ridiculous price on almonds right now. Every time California, when it doesn't rain in California, almond prices go up. This is a commodities play, actually. We're gonna tie the entire food world into the market. Don't worry about it. GME loves cheese talk. Yeah. Oh. GME a commodities play too. Could be. Locatelli pecorino. I love that barista. That's like my go-to. I usually buy it. It's like really super available here. Not true everywhere in the country though. Mostly only on the East Coast. I think there's publicly traded fishing companies or like fish distributors. Is this why you went deep on Kraft Heinz? I transferred those to my Fidelity account. Like 5 of them. And then I sold a couple, and then I have one left. I think this upward price action calls for a Reddit update. All right. Who's this Kathy Woods person? Hold on, I missed a bunch. Inverse head and shoulders on the chart. Yeah, there is one. But it also just reverted back, right? Like, so it's played out technically. So this was the inverse head and shoulders right here, and this was its return to mean. So a little dip and up means that means nothing. Might get a double bottom after that. Gorton's. Japan finding good cheese is a nightmare. Yeah, not so popular in Asia, the cheeses. I mean, I heard that there's like some big like Starbucks is like funded some big like coffee greenhouse in the PNW. I read about that somewhere. Yeah, the majority are not publicly traded, but you can buy the commodities. The commodities market has a big effect on fish. That's a cup and handle. No, it's not. I mean, yeah, paneer's Asian. I mean, like from the continent of Asia, yes. Although India is technically a subcontinent. Just want to point that out. Geologically speaking. I don't know what relevance that has, though, as they are joined. Why do they always say the Indian subcontinent when referring to it? You know what? This is a question for that guy who talks about GameStop and does space geology. The space rock scientist. What's his name? There's no clear definition for continent anyway. I just joined. Is this MOASS? What's up, bro? Houston Wade. That's the dude. It's just dated colonial language. Yeah, India has its own tectonic plate. So I mean, it even if it's dated colonial language, it's like scientifically an accurate term, right? It's the biggest risk of day trading GME. Oh, I would say, well, there's two. It's highly volatile. That's a big one. It can be at times, right? And its volatility is very unpredictable. It's one of the reasons that I'm not really interested in day trading it. The other is it doesn't destroy MOASS, but it could slow it down. I mean, obviously, people are still day trading GME, right? Like what we say about day trading GME being bad does not matter to the people that day trade GME. Feta on pizza? You must be insane. I've had it. It's okay. Did you know that the world does not agree on the definition of continents? I didn't, but I do now. I'm not a geologist. I don't care about rocks. I just got offered a job interview for last week. Congratulations. Do you recommend I quit now? Do a few weeks, Pick up a paycheck. You buy more GME if MOASS doesn't happen, right? Above VWAP on my chart. Different VWAP time scale, maybe. I mean, definitely not here as it's acting as resistance. Yeah, you could get priced out if you day trade it. Sometimes GME like will hit a resistance, which is like a sell signal for day trading, right? Like that's when you'd sell and collect your profits, right? If like a failed resistance, but like sometimes GME will fail a resistance and then just run right through it, and so like you're trying to get back in. Also, the amount of capital to day trade this stock is not like you need a lot of money because you don't want to play options on it as like a day trade because they're insanely expensive. And so like you would just be day trading like the actual shares, and that's quite pricey. All the stock stuff is just a distraction. Pineapple and feta on a pizza together. I won't eat pineapple on a pizza out of spite. They're minerals. Are you a genealogist? Yes. China believes they are a planet. I don't know about that. I've never heard anybody from China tell me that. I went to a lot, like college with a lot of people. Some of my best friends were directly from China, and they never said that they were their own planet. Thank you for the donation, Han. I am better than Friday. I mean, well, you didn't see me Friday, so that's part of it. Pickle fromagerie. $19 million. I had a like a pear and gorgonzola pizza. That was very good. That was a fruity pizza. I don't know. The only fruit I want on my pizza is tomatoes, ideally. What smell most relaxes me? Hmm. That's a good question. I don't know. Okay, this is a weird one. I think it's apple pie cooking in an oven, but I fucking hate apple pie. Like, I really like the smell. I just don't want to ever eat it. See you later, True State. Can't spell rockets without rocks. You people need to go to Chicago. I've been to Chicago and had pizza there, and it's all right. It's different. Definitely a different type of pizza product. Yeah, I know you're not talking about the deep dish pizza. As a 6'3" New Yorker, what is the most appropriate pizza topping? My guilty pleasure, pepperoni, like spicy pepperoni. But from a New York perspective, cheese. A cheese pie, perfectly cooked, a little well done, very thin, super crispy bottom with no sogginess. a very thin layer of sauce and a pretty chunky layer of cheese. I'm using chunky a lot today. Why is that in my vocabulary wheelhouse? Huh. This is introspective pickle day. Oh, look at this guy. Keep me motivated. Please tell me what a poor slob I am. No problem. I just like the stonk. Cheesy and riddled with yeast. Ew. How much do we need to donate for you to legally change your name to Gherkin? Who says I haven't? You can't spell rockets without stalker. See, I would say tomato sauce, fresh mozzarella, and basil is great for like a Napolese, like a Neapolitan style pizza, like an Italian like brick oven pizza. I don't like too much basil on New York pizza, like New York style pizza. It's fine, like a little bit in the sauce, but not like excessive basil everywhere. Very different, right? Like one's, very fresh tomato, one's like a tomato sauce. There's no comparison between the two. That's kind of how I feel about Chicago pizza. Is it's really just its own thing. I know we passed right through VWAP. Smooth entry into VWAP. I asked about rig earlier. Did you already address it? I did not. Oof. Rig had a bad day. Did it hit risk? No. Let me look at the daily. So it bounced on the trend line. I mean, it looks like a rejection. If you were in, I would have taken the 10-cent loss. And then I would just wait until it does a check on the bottom to try to make my money back. KO. I hope that helps. If you're in options, I would just like hold through the trend. Probably. Maybe there was some bad news about oil today. I wasn't able to buy in when I wanted to. I had to deposit more funds, so I'm kind of in a in-between period right now. Because I forgot that I was supposed to deposit funds last week, but I forgot I rolled all those options. Hair's looking extra hairy today. I have some 5 strikes. What's the expiration? Buffalo cheese. Check out CVM if you want to see what happens when a bio play goes wrong. I'd rather not. I know what happens when a bio play goes wrong. Salami, super. I mean, pepperoni is just like a type of salami. Sorta. Not really. Sopressata is really good. Gets all crispy. Is Elliott wave theory equivalent to crystal healing? Yeah, very similar. Or manifesting. Elliott wave theory is manifesting. That's what I think it is. I have $7 rig calls for 2023. Jesus Christ. So you just own a bunch of rig, essentially. Why would you buy it that far out? Are you just like super long on rig, Kevin? Movie stock prior to its run up. Do stocks suppressed with algorithms look the same? Well, Evan Bills, I'm working on something in that regard. I cannot accurately answer that question right now, so I'm gonna have to yield. Some countries, pepperoni is what they call the pepper. Huh. Mega leap. Fucking. How far out are you? I'm a trader, so I don't usually buy leaps, right? Leaps aren't part of my wheelhouse. The furthest before GameStop, the furthest I'd ever bought a call option out was a month. Generally, the call options I buy are weekly. And very often when I trade options, they're like 3, 2, or 1 DTE. Because like if I'm playing options, I'm just very assured of something, right? Like I have like a very strong trend line and I expect a bounce or something like that. Like I'm very sure of the play that I'm entering. And so I will take a leveraged position where normally I would just buy stock. Are your XPSX calls just weeklies? No, they're monthlies because XPXS doesn't have weeklies anymore. Billion in cash. They have almost 2 billion in cash, Justin Redente. Don't listen to analysts. They're all just I said this earlier. It's like a job for people that graduated from Harvard with a degree in history. Like a degree in like a general, not even a specific area of history. Just like there are two job choices were Wall Street analyst or middle school history teacher. And they got all C's. Those are the people that become analysts. No offense to analysts. Gotta do what you gotta do. I think it's closer to 1.9 billion. Maybe it's not. Yeah, pretty close. I know 1.5 billion is a little. For cash on hand, it's a ton. That's a lot of cash on hand for a business this size. The market cap of 15 billion, right? More than 10% of your market cap you're holding in cash. That's nuts. Like just liquid assets. Plus, I mean, they have other assets, right? They have like another 600 billion in actual assets, I think. Slams are ripe. I'm feeling better today, Hartley. That's my major. Spot on. I learned to program afterwards and analyze data. Yeah, you generally need to find something to do once you get that degree. Or you have to go deep into academia and hope you get like a tenured professorship at some point in your life. Maybe never. Gherkin reacts to the media, reacts to the stock. Yeah, that's how it works. I've Quantum Leap Kevin. Who's Kevin? Why does everyone keep talking about Kevin? Someone fill me in. I'm clearly out of the loop. Thanks, Han. Help, it's great. I'm scared. What mean? Up. It means up, Harry. This is far scarier than the stock dropping, isn't it? Nothing's as frightening as being up a lot. Yeah, 2 billion's a very, very solid amount of money. Kevin's the rig guy. Nice try, Kevin. I'm sorry, Kevin. You've started a thing. A golden retriever named Kevin? I don't know. It seems like too common of a name to tie it to any one viral sensation. This gum I've stuck over here. Can you spell gherkin it with... What? Yes, you can. There's no V in gherkin it multi-blues. It's not worth it, Cicerone. And also, they'll just give it to you for free. Like, WeBull, like, every, like, quarter, they give away a shitload of free, like, 3-month... Like, at this point, I have, like, 95 years of free level 2 data. So just... Yeah, I mean, like, they give away a lot of free level 2 data. It's, like, how they keep you on their platform. I don't think it's worth paying for, though. Little cell wall at 222. Yeah. Tiny, but I don't know if we'll have enough volume to break it. I fucking hope so, Josh Reynolds. I really do hope we go above 225.21. The resistance at that level is like real, isn't it? This is like the 4th time we've been rejected from the test of 225 in the last week. This would be a great time for a small fund to have to cover. Yeah, it would be. I'd enjoy that. Preferred espresso brand for your fancy schmancy. It's my setup's not that fancy schmancy. I bought it all on Craigslist from people who didn't know the value of the thing they were selling. But I, normally I just buy my coffee from like this roaster guy by me, but instead this weekend, because he's an insufferable prick, I bought it online. I bought it online from a roaster, and I've yet to determine if they're good or not, so I'm not going to comment on that. They might be. Thanks, big photo taker guy. You're a legend. Oh, wise pickle of wonder, drop your knowledge of the future. Jesus Christ. Oh yeah, definitely better, Travo. Thanks for asking, man. Getting those 180 flashbacks. Well, I was paying the $2 extra to support like the local roaster guy, you know, he like works out of a garage. He seems like he works hard, but I hate him. I hated him the moment I met him, long before I ever talked to him. And then he's just enforced that hatred over time, until it's just now pure loathing. And so, yeah, I bought my coffee online this week, and he'll notice that I don't come in and buy my usual 2 pounds of beans. And I'll be like, I wonder what happened to that guy. And he'll never know, because I'll never go back. How did the bean slinger cost you? He's just like, I don't know. He's like one of those guys that like waxes their mustache, and they wear like the all their pants are brown. You know the kind I'm talking about. He wears tailored button-up shirts that are way too tight. The side of his head is shaved. Nothing against you guys that have the side of your head shaved. But I like symmetry in a haircut. I'm not going to lie. Call me old-fashioned if you want to. A boomer, if you will. Did he agree with you about how good his coffee? His coffee wasn't that good. Oh, yeah, I go through 2 pounds a week, Afro. Easy. Easy. I go through like a quarter of a pound every week, dialing it in. I do not have the most efficient grinder. He's probably, yeah, he's definitely a paper hand. That guy's never held a stock in his life. Hey, I waxed my mustache and all my pants are brown. I'm sorry. Stop doing that. The artisanal type of guy. Yeah, exactly. On Friday, the UFO report came out. No, I didn't read it. Was there anything good in it? Are there aliens? Are they here? Are they gonna make the shorts cover? You know, if you'd pissed me off more, Mr. MOASS, I would do that. I would hostile take over his small coffee roastery and put him out of business. But he's really, the worst thing about him is that he hasn't truly done anything awful. That might be the thing I hate about him the most. The type of guy to get a perm on a dare. His pants are too tight, but in like all the wrong places for a dude's pants to be tight. You know? Just I've got so I wore this hat when I was out yesterday, and like 3 people asked me exactly that question, Josh Reynolds. If you had to let someone manage all your money for the rest of your life, no fees, who would that be? Probably Burry. Catfish him on Tinder. That's too much work. He's not worth it. That's not 15 liters of coffee a week. It's 18 grams per serving. plus loss. You have some loss every time you grind, which is every time I make a. It's. Don't get into espresso if you want to hold on to your money. I'll tell you that much. It's the ultimate. It's the ultimate trap. Absolute money pit. Was a philosophy major? No, that would have required too much critical thinking. Honestly, McDonald's and Dunkin' Donuts have better espresso than Starbucks. McDonald's sells espresso, but you have to order it. I don't think anybody knows that. Stop bulge shaming. to be to be completely honest with you guys, I really just mostly hate people, right? So like most, I would say the majority of people that I meet in my day-to-day life, I hate. Like I meet them and I'm like, oh. And within 5 minutes, they'll confirm my hatred of them. And then I'm like, I fucking knew it. Right? Oh, I'm not. If he was showing off his bulge, all the power to him. But he's not. He's like trying to split it in half with his pants, which is not a good look. The male camel toe. Just a lot of Belle Delphine talk from you, Sean and on. I think you might have a thing for her. I stopped liking high school girls shortly after high school. But, you know, Matthew McConaughey still liked him. You bait me into an AMC rant. Have you ever hated a Dan? No. I appreciate their interconnectedness too much. The old moose. Uh, AMC $600,000 start rant. That just makes me sad. When people say that anywhere, in any forum, I'm just like, ah, that one should be wearing a helmet. You know, like, they're not cut out for this world. I tend to spend a big chunk of my MOASS money on cod pieces. That's fucking awesome. Talk to a high school person for more than 5 minutes. Taking a vacation from streaming, like setting aside a day where you where say you just do not go on stream, or you Full send no matter how long this takes. Appreciate if you need to. Oh, thank you, Haffer, but no. I don't quit. I'm not a quitter. I will stream until my heart explodes from sitting in this chair for so fucking long. Hey, Gurk, I'm on Discord today, and although listening to you is awesome, could you announce the price a little bit more? Yeah, absolutely, man. 219.41, just trading slightly above VWAP. Thank you for the donation, Danorama, or Geometer Uranus. Why did I think that was Danorama? You guys have a similar symbol, maybe? What scares me is that, like, I know a lot of you, like, individually and remember things you've said based on your screen name, which really throws me off. Don't ask him how you look. That's probably not a good idea. I have several ex-girlfriends that will attest to that fact. Thanks, Afro. Thank you, Han. Do you remember when I said I love you? I do, Starlight. You don't know nothing about me. All right, Adam. I feel seen. If AMC hits 1K a share, will you boof Adam Aaron? It's not physically possible. I feel like in the attempt, his gravitational pull would just boof me. And then I'd be boofed by Adam Aaron. That's like hell. That's worse than hell. No religion has ever described a misery that great. Senpai noticing. I feel like I want a clean slate. And then when he puts 390, Jimmy just added $17 million in deep in the money puts. What? What's the strike date, Brosidon? That's a lot of money for it not to come up on anything at all. They're shorting. They're back to shorting with options? Probably. Delta hedge shorting. That's a desperate play. I wonder why they're doing that. What's your difference in strong dislike or hate? None. I'm a very 0 to like 100 person. I don't have a lot of like in between area to feel about things. I either really, really like it or I hate it. I try to temper that for the interwebs, but I feel like I'm mostly unsuccessful. AA boofs himself. That's called a black hole. When the mass of a star collapses in on itself, that's a black hole. I know this because I watch a lot of documentaries. But That's what would ultimately happen to Adam Aaron. Imagine if AMC hit $1,000 a share and he couldn't sell stock into the market. Holy fuck. That guy would actually explode. Supernova. All good, Harry. Thank you so much, John. Knocked after he hit some dude with a slice of pizza. It's great. I kind of want to see it. DM it to me, Vic. So MC a little preview and it says this hanging around 50-60 range for so long. Think Jimmy will be able to hang out in the 800 to 1200 range like that? Fucking hope so. No, because I feel like if GME hits those, like if GME actually has like 500% gains, it's just gonna rocket, right? Like, I think AMC they're able to suppress the price because of the size of the float, so they're able to like stop the squeeze, kind of like they did on GameStop, right? Back in January. But they can't do that on GameStop anymore, I don't think. That'd be very, very expensive. And based on the reverse repo markets, these guys aren't sitting on a lot of collateral anymore, you know? Not a lot of collateral to be borrowing stock with. Yeah, I've been learning some stuff. Always. Always be learning. ABL. No, my hate's strong. It's very very strong. Like I've had people that were like my best friends for like 2 years say one thing and then I just stopped talking to them. What's my favorite non-finance based documentary? I mean anything by David Attenborough. Just automatic go-to. Cosmos, Carl Sagan. Fantastic. I think this is more documentary series than documentaries. As promised, automated margin calls. What do? Well, the price has to go up first. Digital good time. How do options work on stock split like NVIDIA? Does it just work just like the stock? I think so. You end up with like a partial option. So I can't remember what NVIDIA split is, but it's like you'll end up with that fraction of an option. Or vice versa. That's for a reverse split. For a split, you'd end up with whatever the underlying. I think. I don't know. I've never held an option through a split. I should know this. It's probably something I've read and just can't remember very well. But I know they it changes the like the underlying of the contract. You don't hate Andrew Money? I don't like him. I mean, I do hate him. I hate all financial YouTubers. I haven't seen one that I like, except Bruce. Kind of like Bruce, just because he's like a criminal. He's pretty honest about it, I think. What is your most unapologetically tinfoil hat theory? That's a good question. Um, I don't have an answer to that right now. I'll have to think about it. I'll get back to you, Nick Rogers. All right, thanks, Bruce. And I understand you couldn't hang out there long. I get it. I guess your Jamie buys Amazon after Crash Theory. I don't know if Bruce is a shell. He's just a criminal, right? I think he's just like a criminal that doesn't really get what we're doing, but he's like somehow part of it. I think the rest of his like stuff is pretty great. To anticipate a dip for the end of the day? I mean, if we fail VWAP, then we could see another dip. Yeah. Free reign. Thanks for coming in here, by the way. Free reign, longtime supporter of your favorite pickle. Hi. We love you, hatred or not. Thanks, Hartley. Criminal, care to indulge us? What has Bruce said that's made people think that he's not? Bruce accidentally exercised hundreds of bagel calls. It's like, all right. First, he said he was a broker in the Caymans. What about that sentence? Does it just scream former criminal at you? Oh. Yeah, he's just like he's like a money guy for like someone. You know, he worked as a money guy. I think someone found out that he had like he was brought up in like a securities fraud case in Canada or something, but that's totally unconfirmed. I just read about that somewhere. I didn't like dig into it cuz I don't care. He wasn't a broker, but he was running a fund, SJ. Supersonic person that left the link. Hey, Glenda, or Glenn, Glenn Hannah. Cool. Glad you're in here. He said he surfed a breaker in the Caymans. Big difference. Check out Patrick Boyle. He's out. What? Several steps for condo collapse. Tough to watch the progress. Condo collapse? What happened? What are you talking about, Hartley? Thanks, Taylor. SPX after McDonald's got a better espresso. You may not have stacks, but Jen certainly did. Probably. Although she was also like a broker, I think, as well. Surfside, Florida. Mass casualty condo collapse in Florida. Miami condo that flat packed the other day. It's also probably shitty construction. Another good reason not to live in Florida. Was it like a sinkhole? Or just like they didn't build the building to withstand being next to the ocean? Both of those sound reasonable. Miami-Dade? Had a half a 12-story condo collapse in the middle of the night. I mean, have you been to Miami? Was it an expensive condominium? I don't know if we lost anyone that important. Maybe some of them were holding GME. Guys, those shares could be held up in probate for years. That's what I call diamond handing. Too soon? Oh. Eh. That sucks, but I'll be honest with you guys. I don't really spend a lot of my free time concerned over the death of people I don't know. That kind of empathy, not my strongest suit. Probably dead. Not presumed. They had a building fall on them. It's interesting reading all the different descriptions of the same event. This reclaiming shares that were purchased 2 decades ago and never managed. TLDR, my wife is bad at managing money and just forgot about them. Contact the brokerage they were with. What if the person you didn't know is Paul McCartney? Why are the spreads so big? It's good for us, right? Too much shorting. A lot of shorting going on. If the spread gets real big like that and like bid drops, it means there's probably a lot of shorting. I heard Bruce's Momoney's dad. Yes. Why not? Just signed in to upvote and add some local context from Florida. Back to lurking. See you later, Red Fox. I mean, you're not really a lurker. You've commented moderately frequently. Like I see something from you every once in a while. Who's the most famous person I've ever met? I don't know. What's like most famous? Like I've met people that everyone's heard of. Do they all qualify as most famous? I feel like it's just famous or not famous, not most famous. I mean, I've met Mark Cuban quite a few times, more times than I wanted to. He's kind of a dick. I have met Mike Tyson. Mike Tyson's super cool. I know he's an awful person, or was, but pretty fun to hang out with. Gherkin's the most famous person to use my YouTube handle. Never met Stormy Daniels. I've met a few people in that industry, as I have one of my best friends works in that industry. He's a producer. But under what circumstances do you see Mark Cuban? Oh, so I worked at this bar in California that he lives like a mile away from, and he used to go in there all the time and act like a prick. I don't know. Worked at expensive restaurants. Mostly. That's how I mostly met famous people. I had my own business for a while where I met some other famous people. Uh, if you live in Southern California or New York City, you're going to run into famous people. It's just, I think it's just like part of living in either of those areas. I've met Bill Murray, but is he the most famous? I met his brother a few times. I met him once. Plus, you know me. I just want to meet my dad. Most infamous person I've ever met. I don't know. Poll results. 77% of people, 23% of people said VWAP wouldn't cause MOASS. Look at the viewership trying to prevent MOASS. I can't fully manipulate the market without 100% of viewer support, guys. Otherwise, the VWAP hack can't do its work. It needs the strength of your faith to push the stock upwards. Unbelievable. I never like talked to Danny Trejo, but I've seen him in his restaurant in LA. Like he was there. I didn't talk to him though. He seems like an interesting guy. Pickle Bongo Man is trying. Are you starting a religion? Because if so, I'm in. What's the most memorable conversation you had with a celebrity? I don't know. I talked to Jessica Alba once. That was pretty memorable. But just because I was like, Jessica Alba. Like, a while ago, too. So it was, that's all I'm going to say about that. Do you own a machete, though? Horror stories from your time in the food industry? Oh, thousands. Thousands of memorable, awful stories that I don't want to bring back. Working in the food industry is garbage. Like, a service industry is terrible. Muted or not. Vornam, thank you so much, man. I didn't tell her about VWAP. I should have. I could barely get words out. I haven't met Belle Delphine. Double bottom on the 4-hour. Not the best place to look for. Double bottom is, I mean, it is, yeah. Quite not a bad one. You can almost say a triple top, though. Usually that's usually a shorter term indicator. Oh, that's terrible. She didn't say creme fraiche. I think I tried to hit on her, but it was kind of a blur. I wasn't prepared for it, you know, like I didn't go there knowing that would happen. It wasn't my proudest of moments. Have you met my mom? I haven't, Russell, my Jimmy's, but I love your name. Very fitting for today. Well, see, I want to say that food service is a great source for humility, but then I have very little of that. And I did that for a long time. Hitting on Jessica Alba in her prime. Madman. Got one shot, right? Mom's spaghetti. That's correct, Fronium. I did not bring up Pickles, I hope. I think she's already married. It's too late. Oh well. If you had to franchise a few fast food places, which one would it be? Damn. Wendy's, right? Maybe I just buy out Wendy's and become the new Dave Thomas. He was like kind of a good guy for a CEO of like a corporation that slowly kills people. Like he was a pretty decent dude. Definitely not like a Ray Kroc, you know? No, not Chick-fil-A. I'm not about that closed on Sundays bullshit. Maybe I could buy out Chick-fil-A. Make their employees a little less happy. Freak me out. White Castle? Probably not very successful though, right? Like people don't really like suitcases of burgers. One could only hope, Ole, but I don't think that's gonna happen. The billionaire pickle guy. My pleasure as a Chick-fil-A owner. Yeah, that's not happening. I definitely wouldn't run my Chick-fil-A's to the standard that Chick-fil-A expects. No, not In-N-Out either. Both of those, for me, both of those would present an investment that I would not be morally okay with, ethically okay with. I mean, Ray Kroc was a thief too. They're all thieves. Everyone in business is a thief, right? My business professor in college, well, one of my business professors in college, told me something that I think everyone in the world should know. It doesn't matter who does it first. It matters who does it better. And I don't know where he got that quote from. I don't know if that was his or he got it from a book. I've never actually looked it up, but he's absolutely right. That's part of capitalism, right? Like if you see somebody doing a business and you think you can do it better, it's your duty as a capitalist participant to do it better, right? And then crush them. Well, I also don't like Chick-fil-A that much. Fight me, you know. It's all right. Mostly inconsequential, greasy fried chicken. It's not even very good fried chicken. Is it the best fast food fried chicken? Maybe. Probably. Although Cane's is pretty good. Prerogative, word of the day. Yeah. Dave's hot chicken slaps. Let's be real about fast food for a second, guys. None of it fucking slaps. It's all disgusting. My goal, if I was rich enough, would be to just never eat fast food again. Well, Five Guys is disgusting too. I mean, you compare Five Guys to a burger at like a better place, right? And it's just compare Five Guys to other fast food, excellent. El Pollo Loco has given me food poisoning 3 times. That's all I have to say about El Pollo Loco. Have you had Whataburger? No, but I probably had better burgers than what Whataburger sells. I'm sure they're good. Five Guys burger versus. I mean, okay, I'll take a Five Guys burger over an Applebee's, but an Applebee's is not like quality dining, right? An Applebee's is like on the same level as a Denny's, which I also won't eat at. Why'd you go back a third time? They were right next to my job, and there wasn't a lot of food in the area. I've been to Culver's. It's pretty good. I mean, it's like, again, fucking fast food. You guys are doing it again. This is just like this is just turning into a food debate channel. We don't even talk about the stock anymore. I guess we know the shorts haven't covered, right? Because it's only at 218.23 for those of you listening in. The entire concept of Cheesecake Factory. What's your top 3 steakhouse? I mean, like, are you talking local or like nationwide? Lobster stock's pretty good as a soup base. I had some interesting stuff though. I don't really like soup that much, but French onion is really good. I like French onion soup a lot. That's a beef base. Intra Universal. I mean, like national steakhouses, I would say Fleming's or Ruth Chris. They're both pretty equal. Locally, I really used to like Peter Luger's, but it kind of sucks. I like Mastro's, but I think they might only have them in New York and California and maybe Vegas. It's a super trend indicator on WeBull. Is it worth looking into? I don't like super trend. You can look into it if you want to, but it's not gonna really tell you anything. Check out Quality Meats. Delmonico's is good. It's been there forever. Boston has Masters now too. Yeah, I mean the original ones were in California. They're really good. I haven't been to them anywhere else. Financial stocks. There's a pretty solid wedge on the 5 minute, predicting a power hour breakout. Does TA mean anything? Is it useful? It's useful, yeah. Let's look. Let's draw your wedge, sir. Where are you getting this lower support? You're going from here, I'm guessing. This is tricky. I'm presuming this is the wedge you're looking at. Well, not a lot of support for this bottom line. And you could draw it from here, but yeah, so I mean, we could see a breakout to the upside. This one could kind of break either way. It's not like it's an ascending triangle, but it's not a very good one. It's not really an ascending wedge either because we only have like two. Maybe it's better on the 1 minute. No, not really. That's all right. I mean, yeah, it could. I did it from open. I've been to a Brazilian steakhouse. They're good. I'm just like meat sweats though. Ugh, that kills me. Like, too much meat. I just feel like shit for the rest of the day. What shampoo do you use to wash your magical locks of hair? I don't know, something green tea shit. Just like whatever shampoo's in my shower. I don't usually buy the shampoo, so I'm not really sure. Is TA on the 5 useful? Yeah, TA on the 5 is useful. I actually use TA on the 5 generally to confirm trends on the 1 minute. So if I'm like a little unsure on a trend or it looks a little sloppy on the 1 minute, I'll use the 5 to confirm that trend. Actually, knock like Nokia looks like it's about to run. VWAP. The last I looked at it, I refuse to buy that stock ever again. But it did look. The last time I looked at it, looked like it was about to run, which was this over the weekend. Yeah, no, not too little volume for TA, but like not as much volume as I would like. Honestly, the better TA formation here would probably be like this, as we consider like this. So since this like Head and Shoulders broke down and then reverted itself, like it kind of canceled itself out, right? So we could probably look like here. Ah, stop that. Like that would actually probably be more accurate. Because this price action here kind of just canceled itself out. Like it dipped and then went right back up. I was like super no big effect on like the average traded price for the day. 10, 15. I think it's just I've never used 10 or 15 seconds or 30 seconds. I've used one tick. Absolutely, big billionaire. Thank you. I love this channel, by the way. Hooray, I have one Nokia share. Bag holder. Why are we at? Where are we at on the spy chart with the pretty colors that shows me what we need to hit? Let's take a look. Kind of exactly where we were. Although it looks weak on this test. Like we were moving into the test. I think it tested maybe and got rejected. Let's zoom in. Let's zoom in and find out. Not really. No, it just looks it's just going like a little sideways. It didn't really like get a like confirmed test. So, but yeah, down for the day 0.15%. Well, here's the thing. Here comes the funk. Is that if you're rich enough, they'll just go in there and scrub your arteries out for you so you can have more meat. Winfew up trucker hat. Nice. Fees when you transfer to Robinhood. I think it depends on who you transfer to. Should I update Reddit? I don't know what to tell them. Chop. I think this is just gonna break down though, because it's like a sloppy TA. I don't like sloppy TA. That's one of the reasons I don't like drawing like a lot of TA on the charts all the time, because like it's just shitty looking. It's my favorite dinosaur. Triceratops? Triceratops is pretty cool. Stegosauruses. Those are dope. I don't really like dinosaurs that much. They kind of fall into the bird category. Just fucking freaky. Do you think Kenny's dad loved him? Probably. Maybe too much. In general, on a scale of 1 to 10, with 10 being absolute certainty, what level of confidence are you comfortable with in your TA before you pull the trigger on a particular trade? I mean, usually like 6 or better. Right? Like I want to be pretty assured that I'm not going to throw my money out in the garbage. I prefer trades that are in the 7 to 8 range. And then I'll play options on anything that I think is like a 9 or a 10. The element 6. If that maybe that's like a good breakdown. I don't know. I feel like I could probably explain that better, but I don't want to. What a beta answer. What kind of beta uses the word beta? That's my question. What would you say to the hedgy interns who are watching your stream? Oh, you can make more money working for yourself. Use your paychecks to buy GameStop. You'll soon be out of business. Anything else? Thanks for tuning in. What does a hedge fund gain from buying $17 million worth of puts at 380 and 390 strike? Well, Dan Pickle, let me tell you. Forces the market maker to short the stock as a hedge in order to remain delta neutral. And that far in the money, they've got to hedge quite a lot, which means that they're having difficulty shorting the stock in the normal fashion. I presume because of the move to the Russell 1000 index that maybe they can't get their hands on some of the extra shares that they were getting before. Also, whistleblow for easy millions. You think the fucking interns have any information with which to whistleblow? No. It's ridiculous. They're interns. They don't fucking know what's going on. They're like mushrooms. They feed them shit and keep them in the dark. Interesting. Wait, don't we call everyone working there interns? I don't know, do we? See you later, Han. Thank you. You're allowed to turn on the lights after midnight on weekends. Something, something. I'm Charlie Brown. MOASS is the football field, and sideways trading is Lucy something, something. Well, it was a good try, Dr. K. Oh, that's what I wanted to look at today. Ooh, Atos coming back up. Nice. Someone had some, like, fives on this or something? $5 calls? Played it real safe, but definitely making some money now. Can't really review the VW squeeze as there's no, like, historical minute data. It does feel better sideways trading at 215 than it does at 200, 210. Well, that's because at 200, 210 you have this like specter of lording over you of being under 200. What do you see as the most likely potential catalyst for next month? No idea, man. I'm sure something will come up. Something's always coming up. Maybe GameStop will announce what they're going to do with all that money. I'd like to hear, as an investor, why my shares were diluted. What's the goal? Tell me, Ryan. Maybe the catalyst has and always will be the impending market crash. TOS. I don't have Thinkorswim, nor will I download it. I won't use any TD Ameritrade products because I don't like them. $1 billion shareholder lottery. I think ultimately the catalyst will be the shorts having to cover. And one of the ways that happens is time, right? Time is the ultimate catalyst. That's the guaranteed catalyst, right? Everything else is just like fluff. You forgot to tell the shills to like and subscribe. Oh yeah, do that. Even if you're not a shill, hit that like and subscribe. Helps the channel out. It's nice. It's a nice thing to do. You can be nice to me. I know I'm a dick, but don't be like me. Don't be a dickle. You're gonna sell your bathwater after MOASS? If people want to buy it, sure. If there's a market for Gherkin's bathwater. There's a chance they make more money than it costs to lend shares. No, because they have to keep suppressing the price. So it's eventually those two things are going to converge. Do you think they covered all through these last 6 months? I'm sure covering has happened. Do I think the large positions have covered? No. And if they did at one point, they've shorted a shitload since then. So it wouldn't really matter. Will it help if I unlike and like all over again? I don't know. I don't know how the YouTube algorithm works. Otherwise, I'd have hundreds of thousands of subscribers and I'd do reaction videos. And I'd have videos where I sit down and get real with you guys. And then I'd apologize for things. No, I wouldn't. Bug shares to lower the float. Possibly paradoxical. Yeah, if there was a big price drop, they might be able to. They might. Some might try to buy back. It's a very tricky game, though. If you do sell it, please put "I will never sell my bathtub water gherkin 2021" on the bottle. I mean, it's not going to be my bathtub water, right? Like, I'm just going to buy a bunch of jars of Vlasic pickles, take the pickles out, and then like ship people the bath, like the water, the brine solution. Shorts. Did you say shorts have covered? No, the shorts have not covered. We were discussing hypothetical scenarios that could lead to shorts covering. Can you do coffee bean unboxing videos? Ew. There's almost nothing I hate more than unboxing videos. That and like staged pranks. Staged pranks are insufferable, but unboxing videos are pretty bad. Like, oh, I'm not open. Even worse is when they don't like review the fucking product or they know nothing about it, and they're like, oh, well, this looks sturdy. Maybe I'll let's. Oh, look what that does. That's an interesting feature. What about boxing videos? It's not the worst if they like really know about the product, right? But I still have to sit through that whole like 5 minutes of bullshit where they're opening the box. I don't fucking care. I was poor. We didn't have a lot of Christmases. I don't get very excited about it. I think it's just like a callback to people's like childhood excitement of like Christmas morning. But my Christmas morning was like maybe a couple presents. If I got lucky. Or a lucky Christmas. May 27th GME chart. It's frighteningly similar to today. I mean, like what? On the 1 minute? What time scale am I looking at it on? So if you think I'm going to scroll back on the 1 minute and look at the chart for, I mean, it is the same, right? Or no, it's not. May 27th? It's all the way back here. Except we were trading at an infinitely higher price. There's nothing similar about that at all. Are you saying the squiggly lines on the screen look the same? Because that's not a valid indication of anything. Failed the resistance. Try. How about a sleep stream? Is that a real thing? Are people streaming themselves sleeping? Cringy. What about the cup and handle chart, Matthew? You got to understand that the cup and handle chart is on the daily scale. So if everyone wants to ask me about it or is curious about it. So if we're flat, there's just going to be one flat candle for a whole day. If we have a drastic price move, then it's worth going to look at it. But other than that, I mean, I did go over it earlier today, though, Matthew. I think very near the beginning of the stream, if you want to check it out. Disregard triangles, praise view up. Unboxing ETFs. Don't get me started. Why do people want to watch hot girls sleeping? God, man, the internet just gets weirder and weirder every year. I think I need to distance myself from the internet after this is over. Maybe I'll just live an internet-free existence. I used to stream. What would you YOLO it into? So if I had to like grow $100 account, oh, I'd definitely just be like playing penny stocks, like super high risk plays, hoping for a move. You know, I feel like it goes hand in hand, right? You can't leave the internet. The internet won't let you. Yeah, well, I have no problem just not being online or on social media at all. It doesn't bother me in the slightest. One time, like not even that long ago, I misplaced my phone for like a week. I had no idea where it was. I didn't look for it. I just... And I know for some people, that's like an actual nightmare. Yeah, I didn't have anyone call it. When I found it, the battery was dead. It was in my laundry basket, but I was like, oh, I guess that was missing. Now, could I live a week without Netflix? Probably not. Or the other like 6 streaming services that I have. Yeah, I don't think so. Hot girl sleeping is a better fetish. I'm pretty sure that all fetishes are called fetishes because yeah, they're kind of like fringe, right? Never trust a girl that's born on her birthday. Yeah, it's probably a great idea, Ryan. I would not look that up unless you want to be a. Even I'm pretty sure even the Wikipedia page is pretty offensive. Do you enjoy dismissing sticky polls? HBO Max is a superior streaming service. It's okay. It's got issues. It's very buggy. My fetish is a compassion. That sounds creepy. It's a good friend with. I have a good friend with the Plex server, and yes, it is. It is a better deal. Unfortunately, it doesn't always have everything I want to watch. My daily downvote. Oh no, because if you give him downvotes, that increases his interaction. Just don't give him anything. So wearing a duck headband and suspenders. Jesus Christ. I mean, I'm wearing a VWAP hat, so I don't know who's winning. Can you imagine how much worse the pandemics would have been without Netflix or other streaming services didn't exist? Oh man. A VWAP hat wins. I mean, you guys would say that, right? But I'm sure his fans are like, oh my god, duck headband. I think, Eric, I think there's a way you can set them up where, like, they can add their own shit and you don't have to be involved. This is some butthole price action. I'll tell you that much. Loose butthole. Do you guys like Workaholics? That's a funny show. Until you watch too much of it, and then it's like becomes less funny. Have I seen the commercial for the new? No, I haven't. I don't ever see commercials because I have an ad blocker on my computer. I'll never share my Plex. That's funny. You know what I think like the coolest thing about Workaholics was is they're like all actually like friends. And they just like made a show that they thought would be funny. And that was pretty cool. We're the next support. What we're in between two support lines. I think the question you want to ask is where's the volume? I don't know. That's Always Sunny's amazing. That's like probably one of my favorite shows still on air. This is important. I'll have to check that out. I still want to watch The Expanse, but again, no time. I mean, I spent all weekend reading like financial research papers. So I just don't have time to like dig into like something that's going to occupy me, right? Cuz if I start watching it, I want to binge the whole thing. I think I need to get up and walk around a little bit. Do you have any TV shows or movies you like that are guilty pleasures? Um, The Wire. I've watched The Wire like a lot, too many times. And then like Faulty Towers, Mr. Bean, Blackadder. I've watched all of those more times than I can count in my life. Um what else have I seen? Like there's a lot of like British sitcoms that I've watched an embarrassing amount of times. I haven't seen Mythic Quest, but I want to. Oh, look at that. Why did that pop up? That shouldn't have popped up. Yeah. Are You Being Served is good. IT Crowd, I've seen a bunch. Maybe American shows that I've watched more than once. I've watched Breaking Bad twice. I did not like it as much the second time. But I think it was a show that like it was better because you didn't know what was coming. And once you know what's coming, then it's not as good of a show. I've watched Better Call Saul. It's really good. I may be better than Breaking Bad. A little too much emotion shit in it though. And that's kind of the issue I had with Breaking Bad too. Was I didn't really like a lot of the characters. Have you seen Mr. Robot? I've seen the first season. I don't like what's his face. He's annoying. Rami Malek. Just can't stand him. Oh, I've watched Thor Ragnarok like 7 or 8 times. I haven't seen Ozark, and that's because I don't want to think of Jason Bateman as not being funny. Silicon Valley is amazing, but I've only watched it once. Never seen The Shield. Thor Ragnarok might be the best Marvel movie. Although, which was the one with the Thanos snap? I can't remember. Infinity War? Was that Infinity War? Or was that I can't remember the titles. I can't link it was Infinity War. No. Endgame was the fucking shitty one that they made after Infinity War. Endgame was garbage and a massive disappointment. Infinity War, as good as Ragnarok, maybe better. I haven't seen that show on Netflix, but I kind of want to. Ragnarok, there's like a show called Ragnarok also on Netflix. It looked interesting. It's about like some teenagers that are like gods or something. Some Percy Jackson shit. I've never seen Justified, but is that the one with Timothy Oliphant? Because I love him. Curb Your Enthusiasm is amazing. I've definitely seen that like a couple, maybe 3 times. That's the exact same reason I haven't watched Ozark. Yeah, someone like told me about it when it like in the first couple seasons. One of my friends was like, "Oh, dude, you gotta check out Ozark," and I was like, "Oh, it's got Jason Bateman in it. That's weird." He's like, "Yeah, but he's like not funny," and I was like, "I don't want to see that." But no, I've definitely said I have seen Always Sunny. I've seen it a bunch, like a lot. Have you watched Death Note? Is that anime? Probably not. Was it Jason Bateman? I'm not friends with Jason Bateman. Although I feel like we'd be good friends. Unless he's that good of an actor. I think I live my life around Curb Your Enthusiasm. Except I'm not rich enough to get away with it. But one day. I might die before MOASS. I've watched Scrubs. Scrubs is great. I know. I already brought up The Wire. That was like the first show I mentioned. 2-pack. What We Do in the Shadows is good. It's better than The Office. For the most part. I know, hella. I love Rick and Morty. Sorta. The 4th season I wasn't huge on. Not my favorite season. Who stole the volume? Black Mirror. Black Mirror's some of it's good, some of it's not. It's kind of like any like show like that where it's not really like episodic or there's no continuous storyline, like, and every episode's its own story. Like you have ones that are good and one that suck. It's like buying a collection of short stories. Like some might be good, but most won't be. Do you like Extras? Extras was good. I don't like South Park very much. It's, I don't know, it's too like on the nose maybe for me. I don't I mean, like, some of their episodes are funny, but like most of it's just very like eh. It's on Adult Swim YouTube. Oh, that's cool. Maybe I'll check that out. I didn't watch I Luther with Idris Elba. I haven't seen that, but I kind of want to. I don't know, the like plot seemed weird, but maybe I'll check it out. Did you watch Mr. Robot? The first season. I can't stand Rami Malek. Like watching the Freddie Mercury movie or like the Queen movie was so hard for me. 'Cause I absolutely love Freddie Mercury and I hate Rami Malek. I haven't seen Broadchurch. I don't know. I don't get into a lot of the British detective shows. I don't know. South Park has always just struck me as a TV show made by two potheads that are still in college, or like not college, but like high school. Like there's been episodes that I liked a lot, and a lot of episodes that are just like unimpressive. I guess people like it because it stays like socially relevant, but I feel like the show only like exists because it does like it has to do that because they don't have their own storylines anymore. Like the like when South Park originally came out, it like kind of did its like own thing, and it was more interesting, I think, than it is now. Now that it's just like political commentary in cartoon form, I could do without it. I've seen Lucifer; it's awful. It's like just, there's nothing redeeming about that show whatsoever. I know people are like, "What's your favorite song written by Freddie Mercury?" "The Show Must Go On" is actually like I think my favorite Queen song. I know it's obscure, but I haven't seen Peaky Blinders. I really want to watch it. I saw like one episode and then I forgot I was watching it and didn't go back. I come here to get the edgiest opinions on any subjects you guys bring up. I don't think my opinions are that edgy. Yeah, I think Lucifer is an entire show designed around like, oh, this guy's a bad boy British club owner. Isn't he sexy? And I don't think so. So yeah, I'm not interested in the show at all. Well, it's Ice Trap. It's such a good song because it's also, if you know about it, it's so poignant, right? That dude always seems to have his shirt off. It's like supernatural, right? Like when girls are like, "Oh, my favorite show is Supernatural." It's like, "Okay, yeah, I know why." It's not for the quality of the content, or it is. Oh god, how many times am I gonna get asked about Mr. Robot? I hate Rami Malek. Just awful. I definitely want to see Witcher season 2. I thought Witcher was very well done. How bad was Bohemian Rhapsody though? It's tough. I mean, it wasn't very accurate in its telling. I think it tried to be, but he hates all the shows I liked. You hate Rand McNally? The map makers? Why would I hate map makers? They just make maps. Are they even relevant anymore? Who uses maps? I think Sasha Baron Cohen probably would have been a better Freddie Mercury. Bohemian Rhapsody must. Did you guys think you'd bring up Rand McNally and I wouldn't know what you were talking about? Huh? Josh? Bro. I haven't watched Succession either. I heard it was good, but it sounded very dramatic. I hate fake drama, right? So like I need the drama to feel real. I need to be inspired by it. I'm impressed by your grab bag knowledge. I didn't say anything about Rand McNally. I've never watched Downton Abbey, to be fair. I probably not. Bluey is where it's at. Eh. Rome on HBO. I'm trying to remember that one. I know I watched it, but I'm also like confusing scenes of it in my head with that show Spartacus. Bill Hader's Barry is one of my favorite television shows. That show is amazing. NoHo Hank is the inspiration for everything I do in my life. He's the person I want to be but can't because I hate things too much. Yeah, Barry's unreal. I don't think Bill Hader is the best part of that show. Mindhunter was really good until they stopped making it. Have you ever seen the show Happy? Yeah, I watched it. That was interesting. They were. I don't know if they succeeded in doing the thing they were trying to do, but it definitely like created this like really interesting feeling of like dread, as like you had no faith in like the hero of the story. Ever watched Wilfred? I haven't. I've seen all of Chef's Table. It's very pompous and like doesn't really tell you much, but it's an interesting like deep dive into like chefs that want to be famous. And they talk about their struggles. It's like, of course you had struggles. You ended up working in a fucking kitchen. It's not like rich people are like, oh, I can't wait to be a line chef working on my feet for 14 hours a day. But I think they also spend a lot of time like being like, oh, look at the kind of artist I am and like the art I'm making with my food. And I think a lot of them are kind of pompous pricks. But I watched it all anyway because I like the food, which it's not about, in case anybody wants to know. Andy Whitfield was the main character in Spartacus, right? Yeah, like the first season was really good, but he like just unexpectedly died. I watched Nip Tuck, wasn't really my thing. I've wanted to watch Hannibal, but I've read the books. I don't really enjoy that story very much. Like I read like Silence of the Lambs and like Red Dragon, and I don't know. I got enough of it from that, I guess. I'm sure he's really good in it. He's a really good actor. How about this anemic volume? Yeah, it's just completely dead right now. We've gone up like 10,000 volume in the last like 20 minutes. The Ranch? With Ashton Kutcher? God, I hate Ashton Kutcher. The guy who plays the dad's amazing though. I've seen all of it, but it's interesting what they're trying to do with it, creating like a drama comedy. But I think that show fell apart because of what's his face being a bad boy. Watch the show Fringe. A lot of people have brought that up to me, but I've never seen it. Yeah, Rooster. Rooster got booted. Have you watched Good Omens? I tried to, but it was a bit like off the wall for me. It might have just been like my state of mind when I went to go watch it. Ancient Aliens? No. I haven't watched any show like I've never watched Ancient Aliens. I've never watched like Deadliest Catch or Ice Road Truckers or any of that shit. I've watched Eastbound and Down. It was eh. How would you invest $1 million today? Would you keep some cash on the sidelines awaiting a correction? I mean, I'd probably, as with any correct investment portfolio, I would definitely have some liquidity. Uh, Maybe 20-30% liquid, 70% assets. I guess you can't really buy real estate that you want with $1 million. You could buy real estate with $1 million, but can you get the best real estate? I don't know. I've never seen anything under $1 million that I'd want to buy. $1 million in REITs. Yeah, I'd probably just buy REITs, right? Like if I couldn't afford like coastal property or property in a major city, I would just buy like I would throw money into like commercial REITs or something. Maybe not commercial, residential REITs. So you don't like quality TV then? I've seen some white collar. It was interesting for a little while. It got old. How much should you get the Danny McBride? I hate him. I don't think he's funny or a good actor. I know people like him, but he's just an oaf. There's nothing comical about oafs. Oves. How do you pluralize oaf? Oves. Should be filming right now a reality TV show following the lives of random apes as they await MOASS. Probably. Oafs. Yeah, oafs. Saoirse Ronan is an underrated actor. Saoirse. What's she in? No one. I feel like I know who she is, but I can't think of it right now. Top 10 most hated actors. Oofs. Yeah, I don't like him as a main character. He's fine as like somebody in a Will Ferrell movie. New sub from BC. What's up, Christian Klein? Thank you. As always, the subs and likes, greatly appreciated. Say Awaka? Why? Did I say it wrong? Maybe. I don't know. I don't speak Spanish. What do you want from me? I did my best. It's on the glitch number yet? It's bullshit. It's just a bullshit glitch. And everyone's like, oh my god, that's the short position. It's not. Why is the SPY running? Because it does what it wants, man. It's not running. It's up 0.01%. That's not running. It's just not even at its intraday high. I think the question you're asking really there, Veritas, is why isn't the SPY crashing? And I don't know. That's frustrating. Oaxaca? Is it? Interesting. It's not Spanish? Saoirse Ronan, Hannah. I liked Hannah. That was a good show. That made me realize that if I ever had a child, I would want to raise it in the woods to be an assassin. I don't have any experience doing those things, but I could learn. Stop reading my mind. Ever investigate tax lien certificates? Nope. I don't know anything about those. Probably a good bet if they're based on tax liens. Those usually pay up. The thing with Rami Malek for me is that like he's always like overacting, like beyond, like he's trying to act beyond his own skill set, and it just makes me feel uncomfortable. Like, so he must feel terribly uncomfortable, and so I don't know why he doesn't just tone it down a notch and act more like a regular person. And that he'd be less insufferable. Or at least more relatable. The point is to make you uncomfortable. No, I don't think he's that good of an actor. Rami Malek is the same as Nick Cage. There's movies where Nick Cage is phenomenal. I don't know if Rami Malek has any of those. Ollie, don't ask the questions you know the answer to. Britney Spears. Are you talking about the movie Crossroads, True State? I've seen that movie. I thought you would have been worse. Between Worlds on Netflix. I haven't. Lord of War is actually a pretty good movie. Face Off is ridiculous. Con Air is amazing, but not because of Nicolas Cage. It's just like a campy, fun movie. National Treasure. Now that's what I'm talking about. They're Nick Cage movies and Nicolas Cage movies. Oh, I don't think Orlando Bloom can act at all. Like awful in Pirates of the Caribbean, lackluster in Lord of the Rings. What else was he in that he was bad at? I think he was just like, oh, they were like, oh, look, he's like kind of handsome. Let's put him in here. Steven Seagal is my favorite actor. Yeah, Johnny Depp was amazing in that. Initially, the character did get tired after a few movies, but like the third or fourth one was, but in the first Pirates of the Caribbean, Johnny Depp was amazing. Also, Barbarossa, who was that actor? That guy's phenomenal too. Enemy at the Gates is a really good movie. I think a lot of people don't know about that movie, but that movie's really, really good. And I'm not a huge Jude Law fan, but that movie was fantastic. Also, kind of a true story ish. Super over dramatized, but Jeffrey Rush. Yeah, I liked Mindhunter. That was really interesting. The guy who played the serial killer from like Santa Barbara. What was his name? Ed Kemper. The guy who plays Ed Kemper is so good. Like the main character is pretty interesting and like he holds it together. But like the guy who plays Ed Kemper was phenomenal. That must have been really hard to do. Gone in 60 Seconds? Yeah, but that's because I was a teenager. And it had that song that I like. Ghost Rider was the worst movie ever made. And then they made a second one. Fletch was good. Although I've heard Chevy Chase is just the worst. Oh man, why every I've already been over Mr. Robot too many times. Yeah, I saw Zac Efron in the Bundy movie. I know what they were trying to do with that movie, but I don't know if they were like successful. Umbrella Academy is phenomenal too. I never saw Cats. I saw Elektra, but I still think Ghost Rider was worse. Because Elektra was never like, I don't know, for me, Elektra was never that cool in the comics, so I didn't really care that they fucked her movie up. But Ghost Rider was dope, and they ruined it. It's pronounced Chevy. Yeah, I know. I just don't want to pronounce it that way because I hate him. House of a Thousand Corpses. I don't like horror films. Changed my mind. They're all the same and they're all bad. I didn't. I liked the Punisher TV series on Netflix. Harry Potter Snape actor was great. Alan Rickman? Alan Rickman was a fucking treasure. Yeah. Boston Robotics, scariest thing I've ever seen. Yeah, it seems like horror people always want you to watch their movies. And it's like, oh, these people are going to get into a situation and then get chopped up, and then, like, one's going to live and escape. It's the fucking same thing every goddamn time. Or they don't, big plot twist. Or it's like that movie Midsummer where it's just weird the whole time. Not very good. It's just, they made a movie for the sake of it being weird. I heard Cabin in the Woods was good. I never watched it. I think they inadvertently joined a cult in Europe, but yeah, pretty much. Nope, mid-cap now. GameStop is a mid-cap company. Bicentennial Man was great with Robin Williams. We already know it was added to the Russell 1000 Growth Index, the Russell Mid Cap, and the S&P 600. As far as I know, that's it. Thanks, Kegel. Southerdan. The S&P 600 short report is, as far as I know, only released to the people at Standard & Poor. I do not think it is released to the public. Now, if that information were to possibly leak out, that could be very interesting. Information has a way of doing that. I put 50, 50, 60, 40, 70, 30 chances on GameStop being voted into the S&P 500. What do you think the chances are? I mean, first it needs 3 more positive earnings quarters, and then it also has to have 10% liquidity of its free float. But if those happen, 50-50. It still has to pass the board at that point. So slim. In the near term. Maybe in the future. I thought you were excited about. Well, I wasn't sure if it was being publicly released like the FINRA short data or not, and it was not. Maybe pretty shocked. Maybe shocked enough to buy a bunch of GameStop on Monday morning. I don't know. Or Friday night. Did you get the new hat from GameStop? They don't sell this hat, but they should. They'd be pickle rich. God, this guy stepped away for 30 minutes. Oh, wasn't there someone that we had to shame while they were at the gym? Oh, damn. I forgot his name. I know something. Work out harder. You're gross. I hope that helps him. For those of you listening in, still trading at 215.13. Nothing exciting has happened in the last hour or so. If GME were on the S&P 500, would you bet against the SPY? Sure. One individual stock in the SPY, right, doesn't mean that like the SPY crashing will destroy that stock. More likes than watchers. That is cool. I like it when that happens. Are we at 1,000 yet? We've been hitting like 1,000 likes like every day. It's been crazy. We're so close. VTuber ASMR. Okay. I'm pooping in my office right now. Office gym right now so no one finds me. Russell 1000 will rebalance at the end of this quarter. Yes. I think so, yeah. No, I didn't say the SPY is going to crash the stock. Can we get you as a VTuber, Pickle? I don't even know what that would be. I don't know what you mean, red hair. Yeah, we might move again at end of day, right? and a quarter reverse repo. I think we chop a trillion for sure. It's possible. Seems like everybody wants to give up their collaterals for cash. All those collaterals they've been stealing from the hedge funds, they're giving to the Fed for cold, hard liquidity. It's a very interesting process, all of it. I think maybe the reverse repos tie into the lenders. Ooh. Huh. The reverse repo, you give collateral, get liquidity. They need liquidity to support the positions. Very interesting. I'll have to do some thinking on that. Well, thank you, Kyle. I appreciate your thumbs up. Guys, I think we are. We're up 3%. So it's not you think we're in an uptrend. We're, in fact, in an uptrend. You cash the Fed. Well, no, I think they take the cash and then buy the treasuries, right? If someone said to you, come back in X days and take a break, when do you think I should come back and check on GME? 30 minutes. I don't know. How long does it take for you to go to the bathroom and then immediately come back to the screen? That long. Can you take the screen with you into the bathroom? In which case, don't leave at all. Ambena. I mean, for me. You do you. But I'm still excited about it. I told you, one of these days, a little Green Johnson's going to pop up. And he will begin a cascade of Green Johnsons, the like of which the stock market has never seen. Do you guys want to miss that little Green Johnson? I didn't fucking think so. Wouldn't the whole Russell 1000 rebalancing on top of Jimmy doing that cause a spike? Possible. I mean, the Russell's just been rebalanced. I don't think it rebalances again until the last quarter of the year, the end of the third quarter. Interesting. It's an overnight agreement. Okay. Still not understanding the reverse repo thing that well. I haven't dug a lot into it either, to be fair. I read like one DD on it. So you shouldn't wipe when you MOASS on the ball. No dates, just up. Options broker. That's not how this works. If Jimmy is at peak of MOASS with the cutoff date for the Russell, they would just wait. No ETFs are going to have to buy a shit ton of GME during the MOASS. They'll just be imbalanced for several days or however long it takes. Like the ETFs aren't going to bankrupt themselves trying to put a stock in that kind of situation. As far as I know, I'm sure it's happened before where a stock has run up super hard. They might get like a fine for not, being properly weighted, but I'm pretty sure they have like a fail safe kind of thing for when there's like high volatility or something like that. Pizza. Burger. I would never pick burger over pizza. I don't like hamburgers that much. They're pretty far down on my list of favorite foods. 2.5% APY, inflation is 2%, so they're taking a small loss every day. Tells you they view a small loss as better than any available investments. Or tracking error during that period of that time period. Wow, unsubbed. Later, man. Make sure you hit the dislike on your way out. Superstock banned me for being too real. Have to be careful with that. Heat wave incoming. I didn't say I hate hamburgers. They're just not like my favorite food. Like, I'm not gonna go out of my way to eat hamburgers. I'll eat them, but they're like a sustenance meal. Like, I'm just eating them because the place I'm eating at doesn't have anything that I'd rather have. How do I short you now? Don't ever disrespect the Bergs. I've had good ones. I've had bad ones. But even the best ones I've had, just, ah. I like them a lot better if they're cooked over charcoal. I will say that. Like a charcoal grilled hamburger is, in my opinion, vastly superior to a pan cooked hamburger or a griddled hamburger. Is that a pickle? Willie? It is. There's some volume on it, too. Korean barbecue also has the same problem as Brazilian steakhouses, which is meat sweats and then a meat hangover. And meat hangovers are worse than alcohol hangovers because they last the entire day that you ate and the next day. The little Green Johnson to rule them all. Not sure if this is infringing on your new channel theme, but Sam the Cooking Guy is a good channel about cooking on YouTube. You're infringing, bro. Don't infringe on my cooking pickle financial channel. What the fuck, man? Going in here shilling other YouTubers when all the culinary needs of my viewers are being met. Douchey. It doesn't make me ill, but like eating that much meat does. Like I could have a serving of a protein and I'm fine. But like where I'm just sitting down and like binge eating disgusting amounts of meat, yeah, it's gonna make me feel like shit. Ichimoku Cloud. I love Ichimoku Cloud. It's dope. I use it when I'm day trading. I don't put it on here because I don't ever want to explain it to anybody. And that's all I'm going to say about it. Some things are better left off the internet. That's a paddling. Tejas de Brazil once. It was so much I felt. Yeah, exactly. Perm ban? No, I don't ban people. Home ground, 1/3. Short rib, 1/3. Brisket, 1/3. Sirloin gathering the ground like Devil's Tower. Of course, over oak and cherry chunks. Now you're talking. I'm kind of into this, knuckleballer. I like what you're working with here. No pork? You're not going to, for the little juiciness? You can throw a little pork in there, you know. Maybe some bacon fat. I guess you have the short rib. I guess it would depend on the fat consistency of your home ground. Which I'm presuming is chuck, right? That's pretty fatty. Onions, raw, grilled, or pickled? Grilled. Or caramelized. Raw onion has its place occasionally. Not my favorite, though. The way I understood it, by them giving the cash back to the Fed, they're temporarily reducing, like they're kind of offsetting inflation, right? Because they're taking cash out of the markets. Still no volume. Only like 160,000 shares traded since this started, so relax. Mirrens? It's M-I-R-N. Marin? That's not a squeeze. This might have been something, but maybe just a big buy-in? Super tiny float on this stock. Just to be aware of that. Like 10 million share free float. Decent volume. Super high volatility play, but could be fun. Never heard of meat sweats? It's a real thing. I think it's more from like just the sheer amount of salt than it is probably so much from the meat. But if you haven't heard of meat sweats, you'll get older. Don't worry. Why is the price action so different today? Bristow, we're on the Russell 1000 now, dude. Everything's different. We're just meeting margin requirements. I'm ready for a wrestling. Hales, thank you so much for coming along, Johnson. Welcome back. I appreciate the membership. I had to renew for emojis. Hey, Discord, we're trading at 216. We moved up like barely $1. GME to Uranus. Didn't I just shout out the price like a couple minutes ago? I thought I was being good. Maybe not. You know what I haven't done is I haven't updated Reddit in quite a while. It's so hard to write in text that nothing's happening over and over and over again. I get used to over 4 million volume a day. Can we draw another triangle yet? No, Tom. I don't need to draw shitty technical analysis on like sideways chop that's just going to ultimately like prove to be false, right? If we had some volume, I'd be dropping some triangles. But that just makes me and technical analysis look bad. Because like even if you have like a confirmed pattern here, right? Like ultimately it can fail just on the fact that the volume's so low. Breakouts are like and most patterns indicate a breakout. Like we have an uptrend for the day, which is the only actual pattern. I think well he's also talked extensively, Stefan, about how he thinks Tesla is wildly overvalued, and he's right. He is, I think, very right on that. Tesla has moved away from its fundamentals in obscure ways that will eventually be realized by the market, and the price will probably come down. It may not be for a long time though. But I think Burry's already way up on his short position on Tesla, or he was at some point. So he may not still have it. Be worth looking at the main holding of hedge fund shorting? No. Maybe. Tenzin. There's probably interesting data there. Something I've been looking into over the weekend with some of the people over on the Discord. I don't know if we've gotten to that step yet, but you know, people watching on this nice upwards Monday. I don't know. We had more people in here earlier. There were like 1,200 or something in here earlier, or at one point when I looked. Perplexed by all this stock talk on my food channel. He chased everyone away with the cheese talk. Probably. I know everyone just wants to hear about. It'd be much easier. Like I understand that. Like I would retain and grow my viewership exponentially if I talked about other stocks and about the rest of the market. But we're here for GameStop, right? So we talk about GameStop. This is the way. What is this Rorschach of an indicator? Welcome to my life, Trey. Warden posting plays again? Risky. Is he basing it off my DD this time or T plus 21 again? I like the stonk too. That's why we sit here watching it. Didn't Warden call you a shill on Friday? I don't think so. Maybe. Warden is putting 20K in 140 puts. So now he's betting against us? Rude. How does he have 20K left? We talk about GameStop and cheese. Don't forget cheese. I'll never forget cheese, LM. Thank you so much for the donation. Warden doesn't have 20K. Well, I thought he lost it all last week. He took a loan from Godville. That's YouTube money? I don't think I've made 20K in my entire time on YouTube. Not even close. Fuck. What am I doing wrong? Maybe Uncle Kenny gave him some. GameStop. Yeah, GameStop did, in fact, like the cheese talk. Is Warden actually buying puts? Apparently. You're not shilling enough. I guess not. You know what it is I'm not appealing to the gambler in people. That's ultimately what it is. And I won't do that, right? Because, like, this is my job. I take trading pretty seriously. I know we fuck around, but, like... And, yeah, I'm not gonna, like, incentivize people to gamble. And I think that's what Warden does, and so, like, that's, like, why he's retained the audience he has. He said he wasn't gonna disclose his pays anymore. Why am I hearing so much different information on this? I don't give a shit. How's this? I don't give a shit what Warden does. I want to say this is a trading channel, but more or less, we're just hanging out. This is probably closer to like a gaming stream, right? Like I'll you know, educate people if they want to know things any way I can, but ultimately the service provided here is that here's a place to hang out while we watch GameStop and wait for MOASS. It's an investment club. Yeah, and we're all tapped out. It's like the most unexciting investment club ever. Yeah, we talk about food and dinosaurs, television shows. It's the Finer Things Club channel. We're all just getting prepped to be rich, right? Warden is 15 years old. It'd be better if you put colored rows on the chart and started playing Breakout. I wish that there was a trading app that just had games built into the chart, like Pong. Imagine if you could play like Pong against like the short side, and like you just go back and forth, and then like whoever scores like buys or sells a share. That'd be fun as fuck. Pongdelity. What's everyone's favorite dinosaur? We already went over this. Didn't you ask this question earlier, Kyle? I said it was Triceratops, man. Maybe Stegosaurus. Someone email RC with the idea. Oh yeah, I mean, like I'm, and some of you guys do like ask me about like this stock or that stock, and I'm more than willing to go look at it. And yeah, obviously, like I'd have like a much broader base if I was doing like what I do on a normal day, which is like scour the market looking for stocks to buy and then buying them, right? That'd be very exciting and entertaining. But that's not what we're doing here. We're here for two things: MOASS and market crashes that then beget MOASS and pickles. Dinosaurs are a fairy tale. That's the funniest thing I've seen all day. I just want to know if you believe dinosaurs ever. Jesus Christ. You know, there's still parts of this country that don't teach evolution, so I don't know what to say. Is the stream doing buggy things? Yeah, no one. That's a real thing. Oh, YouTube pushed an ad. I think this big old wedge will break to the upside soon. I'd like it to. We had a little breakout there for a second, then it stopped. But we're still up 3%. Dude, if we end up closing up, I'm very happy. That just makes the rest of my day better. You don't think we've dug deeper than the dinosaurs? If dinosaurs were real, would they eat pickles? I'd imagine if they were, well, they are real. Did they eat pickles? Probably not. Maybe fermented, like, fruit as it rotted. Maybe they're, like, drunk on fruit or something. Have you ever seen a dinosaur? Would I eat a dinosaur? Fuck yeah. You gonna make one? Yeah, the shadow item mechanic's really fun. I played it on the PBE, but I didn't get to, like, do much more than that, Kiefer. Or you're Kegel now. I'm sorry. I didn't realize you changed your name to become a fucking another Dan. God damn it. How did they rope you in? What did they promise you? That's what I want to know. Companionship? It's a double-edged sword. Yeah. Evolution is a fairy tale. One of us. I don't hate burgers. I said they're not my favorite food. I don't hate them. They're just like they're a food of near to last resort. Yeah, we could do that. Sure, if you bring back the dinosaurs in not a bird form, like an actual dinosaur, I'll get another perm. Fuck it, why not? But I have to see it with my own eyes in person. Well, it only pull is fun. I think we'll run up and test like 220 and we might not pass it. Then why did all the pieces fit, Sean and on? Go on with your insane fake dinosaur theory. I'll have none of this. I'll not listen to this. The dinosaurs got margin called. Let's pull this. I don't see $1 billion on the poll. We don't have enough time to hit $1 billion. We only have an hour. No, I don't think so, Grease Nipples. Agent Evans, why would you start that in here? Sounds like what a shill would say. A few weeks ago, Sanders, that was like all of last week. We went down every morning and then up in the afternoon, staying essentially flat. That's a nice looking wedge for the whole day. There's an uptrend. I mean, there is a wedge. But is it descending or ascending? And do you want to know the answer to that? Maybe that's the poll I should have started. I'm just going to turn these polls into technical analysis tests. Proscending. What? Oh, it's an ascending wedge. That's correct. Ugh, not a symmetrical triangle. Close, but not. Condescending wedge. That's amazing. Thanks, Chris, son of Dan. Let's be on the midterm. It's annoyingly stable. Have we talked about barbecue? I don't know. A little bit, yeah. We've had barbecue related conversations. Oh, sorry, I'm leaning back, guys. I know it like ruins the mic, but my neck hurts. You know what? I should get up and like do something real quick. I haven't been up today, have I? I've been seated right here since 9:30 a.m. That's crazy. Am I open to doing any collabs? Absolutely. Yeah, I know. Standing desk. Such a pantsless but wearing a black turtleneck. Doing the good old Donald Duck. Where's the Power Hour guy? I don't know. Someone yelled Power Hour. Supreme X Pickle collab. What the fuck? What does that mean, Miguel? What next? Oiling his mustache? At least I'm not waxing it. If you're waxing your mustache, you have too much mustache. I think that's what next week's stream is going to be about. I'm just going to contact like Instagram models and TikTok girls, and then I'm going to explain GameStop to them. That's going to be the entire stream. Me trying to explain to them what's going on with GameStop. I want to see if I can do it. Challenge accepted. I think Supreme is the brand. Oh, is that the stupid shirts that just say Supreme? That's dumb. I don't know why people buy those. The people who are wearing them are clearly not Supreme. Or the Supremes, which were amazing. So everyone's down. All right, go find them, audience. Well, no, that's just sexist, Ryan. It's not about sexism. It's about me pitching GameStop to those who are completely unaware of it. I'm not assuming their inability to understand it. I mean, someone pitched AMC to Mia Khalifa. Seems like the right audience for that. I've seen interviews with her. Explain like I'm blonde and I'm rich, but I have no idea what you're talking about. Explain it to me like you're French cornichons. Thank you, Han. I appreciate the donation. I can offer up some absolute gems from Tinder. But I have to do it and I have to be nice the whole time. And that's going to be the hard part. I think that's going to be the hardest part about it. No, I mean, like, Kieran, I actually mean interviews. I've seen those videos too, but I've seen interviews with her. Like, where she's clothed. I'm a man of the internet. I've seen things. Explain it to our moms. That's easy. I need people that are like rich, have followers, and just have absolutely no clue about the market at all. Like maybe they don't even know it exists. That'd be even more fun. I feel like Howard Stern did a thing like this. Maybe this is bad. Explain it like you explained boofing last week. Did it? No, it didn't. The wedge didn't break to the downside. Explain Cardi V up to Cardi B. Be like, well, this is you as a pickle shaking your ass on top of this stock. Well, explain it to Portnoy. It's like, Portnoy, this is why you're a paper-handed bitch. Thanks for making these sideways days entertaining. I do my best, Scott. Explain it to Ken Griffin. Who's Pepsi paying millions of dollars to? Nerd Rage's challenge to Portnoy. No. I don't even know who Nerd Rage is. I just got an ad for hair products. That's awesome. What were they, like men's hair products? Because if it was, that doesn't count. Teach financial literacy to athletes. I think you underestimate the amount of money some of these influencers have. Pepsi pays Cardi B. Isn't she like a criminal? Doesn't she have like quite the storied past? Or am I thinking of someone else? Maybe I'm thinking of another female. I don't know a lot of the rappers. Well, there was one that was like a stripper. Maybe it was Nicki Minaj. Yeah, yeah. She used to like. Okay, that's what I thought. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. All right. I was right. Yeah, it was Cardi B. That's what I thought. Yeah. Facebook has some weird volume action. That is kind of weird for Facebook. $10 price jump. I mean, that's a bull flag. It's very odd. Ooh, Jimmy's coming down with the market. I am curious to see if Jimmy starts to move more heavily with the market now. Court ruling in their favor today. Oh, good for them. I mean, it is a big old bull flag. Like, it'll probably run some more. I mean, I'm not gonna like. What am I gonna do with it? Right? I'm not gonna go buy a bunch of calls on Facebook right now. I don't jump onto those things. It's a very good way to lose a lot of money. Like looking for like big volume spikes and stuff like that in the market, and then jumping on board is like it's a very like beginner mistake. It doesn't. Sometimes it can pay off, but more often than not, you lose your money. Google's tanking. Could be why the market's coming down. That's correct. No, here comes the funk. No chasing. Don't chase plays. I YOLO'd everything I have into a Facebook call 2 minutes ago. Well, I'll tell you, since the market can't speak for itself, you're going to get fucked, Mr. Diggs. Most likely. I hope you make money, though. It could be related. It might not be. It could break up, yeah. It may not, though. And then it wouldn't be a bull flag anymore. It'd be a bull trap, right? The lesser known inverse Johnson. Are you thinking of that up pickle and in sync pickle as emojis? I don't think I saved the in sync pickle hand, but yeah, I could do the up pickle real quick. What did I do with that? I know it's in here somewhere. There it is. Oh, damn it. Change the fucking aspect ratio. It's so dumb. Hmm. Save. Oh, you're kidding me. Your next hat just be the order book? No. Jared, thank you so much for becoming a Cornishon, dude. I appreciate that. Oh, I did it. Aha. Up pickle, now an emoji. Enjoy, guys. Get a green screen hat that has advertising on it and run a Chick-fil-A. No. I don't think Chick-fil-A does advertising, do they? I've never seen a Chick-fil-A ad. Dilly the Kid. I'm jacked. There's that pickle. I don't know. YouTube's getting excited. No problem, man. Sorry, I kept forgetting. Start a live stream in the upper right corner showing Wendy's dumpster. Scott Mickelson, thank you so much for becoming a Cornishon, dude. I appreciate that. Better draw a sure you can pickle fast if we're gonna close green. No. Sure you can pickle is not gonna make us close green. Fucking market just bounced right back. Bastard. Some sort of weird news there. Or secure. I don't know. He's busy today, probably. He's has a job and shit. Right back to Twitch, Jimmy. Yeah, we're still green. We're still up 2% for the day. How's the SPY bounce back so quickly, but we continue to follow the downtrend? Well, because people are buying the SPY, Minnesota. The same cannot be said for GME currently. Although the buy walls are real big right now, which is interesting. So I'm thinking we're going to see a nice spike to close again. We need some Dan hammers. No, they're being fine. Dan from State Farm. Quitter. Shananon, why are you always such a troll? Been watching soccer. That Spain-Croatia game was crazy. Are my predictions still holding true about England winning it all? God damn it, Dan's. You stop it or I'll start timing you out. One of you guys hurry up and buy 20,000 shares. It's still coming home. That's not true, Dan Almighty. I could, but I'll let you go. I'll let you re-it the stock. But I just want you to know that other people don't like it. This is not a pickle. This is a pickle. Smack those mayo lids. There we go. He just needs encouragement. You guys have been so mean to him all day. FTC said they don't need to unwind Instagram and Facebook. The FTC they just need to shut them down. They're evil. Facebook's evil. Still not back in the trend, though. Is this MOASS? Why don't you guys focus on sacrificing a Dan instead of reeing? Win Johnson. Is that standard vape juice? Nick Saltz. Skona. Why not both? What? Why would you sell? Johnson Zero. What's up, Secure? The Dans are getting a little unruly right now. Fair warning. To a vape trick? No. I'm not a weirdo. Fucking gods of the Zephyr. Fucking that's the vape tricks are the lamest shit that has ever been posted on the internet. I don't know. They have way more nicotine in them, Skona. So probably not great. The lotion in the microwave is done. I'll be right back. Ew. Facebook or BlackRock? Ooh, that's tough. vape tricks on the hot tub stream. I mean, they'll never know, Andrew Zimmer. If MOASS never happens, this means we'll always have a gherkin stream. Yeah. Spaghetti continues into the trend line for another month. Oops. 1, 2, 3. No, I'd probably add a correction zone or move the correction zones up. Doing vape tricks behind the Wendy's for extra cash. What I wouldn't give for just a halt, paradoxical. Have I even streamed a halt to you guys? I don't think so. That makes me sad. Yeah, we did stream an AMC halt and the BBY halt, but no GME halts. And that makes me sad. It makes me very, very sad. I don't care if AMC halted. Ollie, you wonder how tall Girk is. Why do you keep asking that question? No, I don't think GME had a halt. So GME RC don't want to be responsible for triggering MOASS. Why not? Announcing overvoting a dividend or some other catalyst is within business practices. Thanks. Well, did they announce overvoting? Right? It may be within business practices, but that doesn't mean that that's the way the media is going to spin it, right? And they're a company attempting a turnaround. The last thing they want is a bunch of bad press. And if you think the press won't be bad, then you're underestimating what MOASS could be or implies for the financial markets. I'm 5'11" and my favorite dinosaur is Moassasaurus. Maybe. Gravy, I don't know. Cool, Michael. Now, if they do something within conducting normal business and that inadvertently triggers MOASS, yes. But I don't think they're going to like hand us the catalyst on a silver platter. Actually, I think they've been avoiding it so much, and that's why we don't really see them making any like relevant announcements, right? Like I feel like that they're trying so hard not to be the reason that it happens. No ass happens when I go heavy into cheese. Dan's, it's not working. What the fuck? Andrew Cybernetic. I mean, did Golden Girls need to be listed? I think it's just universally accepted as fantastic. Dilly style, licensed to Dill. Gilmore Girls? Ew. Just gonna go watch Golden Girls right now. It's not Gilmore Girls. Fleabag was interesting. I love Sisterhood of the Traveling Pants. Get fucked, Jared. What now? It's one of my favorite movies. You need to wear your MOASS hat tomorrow. How do you think MOASS happens? Is in around morning or how would I know that? What a ridiculous thing to ask me, so Rob. They just happen when they happen. Maybe after hours, like it would start in after hours, less short pressure. That's a complete toss up there. It could start at literally any time, day or night. You think it'll be raining when MOASS happens? I haven't worn a pair of shorts since January. Spy has a garbage company. I'm never shopping there again. I could talk about where the margin calls from 002. And people stopped caring about it. I remember. I think it was like 2 trading days ago. Yep. The catalysts, they come and go, but the shorts still have to cover. Jorts count? I haven't worn any jorts either. Are you not? Are you wearing shorts? I hope nobody in this audience is wearing shorts right now. Either walk around in your birthday suit, your underwear, or a full pair of pants. I've been saying this since day one. Mitchell Dan, boxer briefs. Please, dear God. They're briefs, not shorts. Those are briefs. Reported for adult content. Dresses or skirts? You can wear skirts, you just can't wear short skirts. Right? We're going to dress very conservatively until MOASS happens. Capris are like, I don't know, they're kind of like a straddle, right? Like you're betting long and short. That's a confusing position to be in. You're hoping the stock trades sideways? Why would you wear those? Fully covered pants. Just a thong, if you want. I got my Jenkos on. Synesthesiac doing it the right way. Not only is he covering his legs, he's covering his shoes as well. Banana hammock, perfect. Chub rub is a real thing. Oh. Spanx? Isn't that what Spanx are for? Pugs, apple pie, never TV show I've ever enjoyed. Thanks, Jessica. I appreciate the donation. I'll wear undyed woolen garments. Yeah, right? If they want to call us a cult, let's start acting like one. Now bow down before VWAP, for she has ascended above us. If it's 100 degrees, why are you even wearing clothes? Delta neutral update. Any meaningful underlying price increase today will significantly increase our chances of squeeze in the near future. Plus 40% end of week. Interesting. You want to DM that to me, Septimus? I'll check it out. I like reading about bullish things. Why are you even wearing clothes? It's gonna make salmon today. What goes with it? You know what I like to do with salmon? Real simple. I like to give it a nice sear. Get some lemon on there, some dill, some butter, pop it in the oven. Easy. Easy peasy. Salt and pepper, of course. It's a given. Stock was flying, then we got a pickle drawing. Exactly, JD. Maybe the pickles aren't the good luck everyone thinks they are. Maybe we need to stop drawing pickles for like a week or two, so I can think of some more pickle ideas. A little white wine, yeah. Don't put any mayo on your salmon. That's gross. I haven't enjoyed the summer much since becoming addicted to watching candles. Tartar sauce. Day trader pickle would have saved us. Maybe. We'll try him out tomorrow. Well, I'll make a poll and then we can decide in the morning. Jonathan Landreth has been petitioning for Theodore Picklevelt for so long. I almost feel bad. Pickle hiatus. Smelly man bun pickles. Mia Khalifa's not happening. So I'm trying to sexualize the pickles, alright? I know what you're up to. If you need to rule 34 pickles, there's a subreddit for that. Go nuts. As long as before you go dark, maybe there. We'll see. It's the Rule 34 pickle subreddit. I'm wearing something called a Stateco? The hell is that? Extra dummy thick. Don't sexualize pickles. Exactly, JT Acula. Frederick Douglass pickles. Now that sounds dignified. The hair would be difficult. He had an insane hairdo. Same meal to leave it for the Robin Dilliams. They can't put faces on them. That's the problem. You guys are assuming a lot of artistic talent for me that I don't have. Dude, the Bob Ross pickle is one of the emojis. So, There's a date I'm watching, guys. And I'm not going to tell you what it is. But I have to tell it in advance. That way I can, like, bury this. So, stay tuned. Well, I'm not telling you what I'm watching it for. I'm looking for something very specific on a specific date. It's not MOASS. VWAP's here, I know. That was a pro YouTuber move. What's the first number of the date? T. Clickbait. I am looking for an indicator of sorts, but if it doesn't come on the exact date I expect it to, then it would be invalidated. But I do have to say something about it in advance in order to be like, oh, look, I predicted it. I don't want to tell anybody why or how, but it's not T plus 69. Date or shill. We're not doing dates now, all right? It's a date for a thing, but it's not the thing you think it is. Warden vibes. Get that negative face out of here. It's not T plus 28. How can you do this to us? Okay, I can tease us more. It's working. I don't know if Zakir knows. It has something to do with what we've been working on in the Discord. It's not T plus tomorrow. It's June 31st? No. Yeah, I know. Jay Fresh is in the Discord and he has no idea either. Like he's in the Discord where we're working on this data. It's T plus something, Donathan. T plus T. Is it right now? Are we living it? No, we have red candles. Actually, no, not. It's not. I don't even think it falls on a margin, like a options expiry date. T plus plus. Spy bought a bunch just now. Ooh, doing a little rip. Still not in. Where does it have to hit tomorrow? It's got to go over 230 tomorrow to climb back in. T plus 83. T plus 7, July 21st. What? Greater or less than 30 days away. Short interest reporting day. Why is everyone fighting over who gets to hold the spy bag? It's not July 16th. It's not a date. It's like, it's not like MOASS. It's not like it's gonna, like anything's gonna happen. There's just a date I'm looking for something to happen, which will indicate that I'm right about a theory. And I can't reveal that, because if I reveal it too soon, then it might not come true. But if I'm right about it, it changes everything. In a good way. Exactly, big zillionaire. I will say something the morning of. I'll be completely honest with you guys. Right now, I don't have it narrowed down to one day. I'm working on that. But it's one of 2 days. But I think by tonight, I'll have it narrowed down to one day. This is the day of the pickle. She'll confirm me. No one said it in chat, actually, which I'm surprised about. No one's even guessed right. It's the merch drop. I swear, I'm not teasing. I really don't want to give out the information until I know it's correct. I also don't want anybody, like, trying to play that date without knowing what that date is about, right? Like, I don't want anybody being like, I'm gonna buy some options for that date. That's why I'm not giving it out. I'll take a look at the Discord channel, Daniel Taylor, and tell you if you got it right. Shill behavior. Kiss my ass, Sean and On. Does this mysterious day hook? I'll just buy options for all the dates. I mean, do whatever you're going to do, but at least you're not doing it because of me, right? There's no guy. There's no guy giving me secret information. It's just me doing research into something that may or may not be accurate. God, you guys are all just a bunch of conspiracy theorists. Relax. Oh, it's because of you. Someone's feeding. There's no earphone in my ear, see? How did I know it was going to close at 2:12? Is it why do you know Kenneth Griffin's birthday? Does this play dispense? There's no play behind it. Actually, I don't have enough faith in it to think that there's a play behind it. But if I don't tell people about it, then I can't write about it as a valid indicator later, right? It's a very sticky situation I'm in. So like if I tell no one and I'm like, oh, there it is, then I'm like saying it after the fact. It has nothing to do with Kenneth Griffin's jet whereabouts. To breadcrumb hype everyone on Wall Street bets and SS. See, that's why I have to say it before it happens. So I have to tell people before it happens, but I also have to not like drop dates. Because if I don't tell people, then it's not real, right? It does have to do with ETFs, Honey Badger. That's correct. Warden wouldn't know. That could be a song. Almost. Yeah. Came pretty close. 212.50. How often are ETFs for balance? Every quarter. It's not really a SPY indication. Oh, ding ding, the market's closed, by the way. Some people are getting a little closer. I know. If you think you know, DM me. And I'll tell you if you're right or wrong. Yeah, I don't want it to be cryptic, but like you have to understand that like if I don't announce it, then it's just not real, right? Then I'm just like then it's like after the fact, right? So I have to announce it, which is why I'm doing this. But I also don't want people to like try to play a thing that's not like a money-making play, right? Because without announcing it, I have no proof of concept. I don't want people to know I'm right because people wouldn't even during the day, people wouldn't know what I'm right about. Feed the trolls. It's not about DFB's tweets. You don't want it to seem like you're shooting an arrow and painting a bullseye around it. Yeah, kind of. It's not about Cemex. It's definitely not about Elliot Ways. You're not responsible. Now spill the beans. Thank you all for tuning in today. I appreciate all the donations and the memberships today. You guys are super awesome. Thank you for hanging out with me. I will see you bright and early tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Closed at 2:13:10 for those of you listening in. Have a great night, everybody.